Chapter 1601, Havoc Flame Symbol. Chapter 1601, Havoc Flame Symbol. A Havoc Flame symbol was formed from more than 800 tiny runes, and each tiny rune had its own profound structure. In order to draw one up, one had to have excellent attainments in the divine runic arts, and the divine runic master had to have a thorough understanding of the fire laws. When the Havoc Flame symbol was activated, it would erupt with an annihilating flame that could melt away mountains and evaporate rivers. This required that the divine runic master have an understanding of the fire laws that reached the 6th level concept. This was also another reason that Lin Ming chose the Havoc Flame symbol. If he drew this symbol up, then he would have a natural advantage over others because his fire laws already touched upon the 7th level concept. Although he was inferior to Xiao Moxian, his understanding was still superior to that of most ordinary fire attribute ordinary world kings. Lin Ming had originally inherited Torchriver's memories, and with his extraordinary soul force, understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao, and deep understanding of the fire laws, he was able to easily draw up the first Havoc Flame symbol. After undergoing a few problems, Lin Ming quickly produced a successful result. The palm-sized divine runic symbol in his hand had a warm atmosphere to it. This Havoc Flame symbol was already successfully drawn up and matched every standard. As long as Lin Ming could draw up 19 more than he could complete the mission. But Lin Ming didn't plan to do so. Even if he completed the mission and obtained 50,000 to 60,000 contribution points, then that was still meaningless. It was simply far too small a number. He held on to the Havoc Flame symbol and walked out of the divine runic symbol drawing room. "Sir, may I help you?" The young receptionist who had helped Lin Ming before bowed as she saw him, sweetly smiling. Towards this wealthy young divine runic master who also had outstanding looks, it was inevitable that a young girl like her would develop a good impression. "I need an array formation to test the power of a divine runic symbol." "Of course." The young receptionist smiled. "All divine runic masters that have rented our rooms may use our test array formation at no cost." The young receptionist led Lin Ming to another room. This room was completely sealed off and the walls and floor were all especially supported with array formations. In addition to the power of space locked in here, even a tremendously powerful divine runic symbol would find it hard to destroy this place. The young girl pointed to a platform in the center. This was where the test array formation was. Lin Ming took the Havoc Flame symbol and stepped onto the platform. The young receptionist politely drew back. All divine runic masters were sensitive about their inheritances and kept them strictly confidential. It wasn't good manners to look at their experiments. As the young girl left, Lin Ming started the array formation. This array formation was in itself an illusory magic array. When Lin Ming activated the array formation, his surroundings changed and several ancient great desolate beasts appeared. These great desolate beasts were simulations created by the array formation. As they appeared, they turned to Lin Ming and savagely roared as if they wanted to eat him whole. Facing these vicious beasts, Lin Ming slowly lifted the Havoc Flame symbol. Flooding the Havoc Flame symbol with his true essence, hundreds of tiny runes shimmered together. A destructive power erupted from the Havoc Flame symbol, and with an explosive sound the several ancient desolate beasts were swept up in the waves of flames, many of the beasts turning to ash. Some were severely wounded, but some only suffered minor injuries. There was even one that wasn't affected at all. "Who?" The illusory magic array vanished and all the ancient desolate beasts disappeared. Lin Ming stepped down from the platform. The light from the array disk flashed, producing an evaluation of Lin Ming's divine runic symbol. Power, Holy Lord injury level, 1 star. Lin Ming had inherited the memories of 3 divine runic masters, thus he naturally knew what this evaluation meant. A Holy Lord injury level evaluation meant that this Havoc Flame symbol could heavily wound or even kill a Holy Lord level martial artist. And Holy Lord level injuries were divided into 5 magnitudes. A Holy Lord 1 star was the worst magnitude possible. "Only a Holy Lord 1 star, it's a bit weak." Lin Ming shook his head, not too satisfied with this injury level. With his understanding of the 7th level fire laws, his strength as a 5th grade divine runic master, and also his comprehensions of the Azura heavenly Tao, the divine runic symbol he drew up was only able to severely wound the weakest of holy lords. He wasn't content with this result at all. But, if any other divine runic masters were to hear Lin Ming's thoughts now, all of them might die from vomiting blood. In the domain of divine runic arts, a 6th-grade divine runic master was equivalent to a world king, a 5th-grade divine runic master was equivalent to a holy lord, and a 4th-grade divine runic master was equivalent to a divine lord. Lin Ming had drawn up a peak 4th-grade divine runic symbol. Ordinarily, this level should be able to heavily injure a late divine lord or wound a half-step holy lord. But now it was already exaggerated that Lin Ming's Havoc Flame symbol had reached a Holy Lord 1-star injury level. Most importantly, this was the first time that Lin Ming had drawn it up. How could anyone still live upon hearing this? Lin Ming recalled that brilliant detonation of flames. In that explosion of flames, Lin Ming had carefully observed the entire process of how the energy within the Havoc Flame symbol interacted with the Azura Heavenly Tao. He discovered many places where the flow of energies didn't harmonize. The divine runic master who invented the Havoc Flame symbol in the past simply didn't understand the Azura Heavenly Tao. Rather, he had used his accumulated experiences to create the Havoc Flame symbol. Now, to Lin Ming's eyes, there were many holes in the process where the Havoc Flame symbol had fused with the Azura Heavenly Tao. If these holes were fixed, then the Havoc Flame symbol would undergo a massive transformation. As for what this transformation would end up like, Lin Ming wasn't able to estimate it at all. Lin Ming would have to finish patching all of these holes before he could further render judgment. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Ming stepped out of the test room. He didn't even hear when the young receptionist greeted him. He had completely immersed himself in his own world. After returning to his divine runic arts room, Lin Ming began the process of deduction. He closed his eyes, meditating with the Azura Sutra in mind. The Azura Sutra was the most current cultivation method of all the ones that Lin Ming possessed. Its grade was at least at the peak true divinity realm, or possibly even surpassed the boundary of a true divinity. Even though this cultivation method was still incomplete, the power behind it was incomprehensible. To be more exact, describing the Azura Sutra as a cultivation method wasn't wholly accurate. The Azura Sutra should be called a set of laws. These were laws that the Azura Roadmaster created and stood outside the laws of the 33 heavens. It was the 34th heavenly Tao law that stood on equal footing with the laws of the 33 heavens. The Azura heavenly Tao was complex and difficult to understand. The innumerable patterns were ever-changing and impossibly complex. To repair the problems within the Havoc Flame symbol would be easier said than done. Lin Ming took out several dozen jade slips, recording all of his calculations within them. It was impossible to write down the structural patterns of the heavenly Tao laws in a journal like mortals did. These different structural patterns had energy transformations that were complex to the extreme. All of these transformations needed to be felt with one's sense, and then engraved onto a jade slip. Like this, Lin Ming lost himself in deducing the Azura Heavenly Tao. He compared the Azura Heavenly Tao laws with the tiny runes in the Havoc Flame symbol, modifying all the areas that were in disharmony. From time to time, Lin Ming needed to use materials to draw up tiny runes and test the effects of the modifications. But in most situations, there would be new problems with the modifications Lin Ming made. Sometimes the entire structure of tiny runes would collapse due to the instability of the energy. To make these sorts of deductions was far too much work. Lin Ming's current understanding of the Azura Heavenly Tao, when compared to other divine runic masters, could be called the difference between clouds and mud. But compared to the entire Azura Heavenly Tao, what Lin Ming understood was only the tip of the iceberg. He was far from being sufficient. This also caused many new problems to occur as Lin Ming was modifying the Havoc Flame symbol. His understanding of the laws was too lacking. Peng! Another brilliant burst of flames appeared in front of Lin Ming. The several dozen tiny runes he drew up exploded, indicating that new problems occurred in the revisions Lin Ming had just made. This situation had already occurred countless times. The results that he had carefully calculated again and again were proven wrong during experimentation and had to be redone once more. This sort of frustration couldn't be tolerated by most people. However, Lin Ming's patience and stubbornness far surpassed that of others. With every wrong calculation he would begin anew, making deduction after deduction until he made it right. Like this, Lin Ming made deductions through the day and night. He had already achieved a wholly absorbed state, not eating food or drinking any water. It was only when Lin Ming completely exhausted his soul force that he stopped. Then, he revolved the divine mist heart mantra, restoring his soul force and beginning once again. Soon, 10 days passed in an instant. Chapter 1602, Suya's Troubles. Chapter 1602, Suya's Troubles. In his high degree of concentration, Lin Ming simply didn't feel time pass by. It was only when he reached into his spatial ring with his sense to take out several materials for more verifications did he discover there was nothing there. Lin Ming was stunned. Then he realized he had used up all the materials he purchased. Originally, when Lin Ming was at Suya's counter, he had purchased enough materials to create 20 havoc flame symbols. But now, because he had been experimenting with all these materials and he would have to throw out the materials after every failure, this quick consumption caused him to use up all his materials for havoc flame symbols in just 10 days. If I knew this, I would have bought more. Lin Ming shook his head and walked out of his divine runic arts room. After 10 days of continuous calculations, because Lin Ming had continually overdrawn his soul force, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messy, and he appeared haggard. With this sort of grubby appearance, it contrasted sharply with divine runic masters that paid such great attention to their image. As Lin Ming walked, many divine runic masters looked at him with strange and surprised eyes, as if they had seen some ugly monster walking before them. Lin Ming ignored them all. He arrived at the mission hall and placed 2 9-sun jades on the counter of the temporary material area, saying, "Havoc flame symbol material, 100 portions." This temporary material area was especially established to help divine runic masters complete their missions. The materials inside were jointly provided by the Extreme Star Holy Lands and the Divine Runic Masters Guild. As for the price of materials, they were lower than market price. This was also the Extreme Star Holy Lands' desire to encourage divine runic masters to complete the missions they took up. Although the Extreme Star Holy Lands was a peak Empyrean influence, their consumption of resources during war was terrifying and their material storehouse wasn't too abundant. And now, Lin Ming had come to buy materials for 100 symbols. The person in charge of this material area certainly wasn't willing to sell them to Lin Ming. The amount of materials stored here was on a blade's edge. How could he endure it if these materials were wasted by others or they were taken out to be sold at an even lower price? Why do you want so many materials for drawing havoc flame symbols? The person in charge of the material area asked. He was a dark and thin middle-aged man from the Extreme Star Holy Lands. To complete a mission and do some research while I'm at it. Lin Ming calmly replied. Research? The dark and thin middle-aged man frowned. My apologies, but our materials are not for you to research with, but to help you aid the war front. These materials all have the potential to save a martial artist's life. If you do not have a mission scroll, then we cannot provide materials to you. Lin Ming's mission only required him to draw up 20 symbols, but now he actually wanted to buy materials for another 100 of them. The materials center wasn't willing to sell the materials to him. This caused Lin Ming to frown. If he went to other places to buy materials, it didn't matter too much if they were more expensive. The problem here was that he would have to go to many places to buy these materials, and Lin Ming's mind was currently filled with charts and diagrams of deductions of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Once his concentration was interrupted, then he would lose any inspirations he had. The loss would be tremendous. Lin Ming said, I don't need to buy at reduced prices. I will buy according to market price. Lin Ming said, making a concession. Because of the war, the market price for these materials had sharply risen. If Lin Ming wanted to buy at market price, he would have to pay 50% more origin energy symbols for these materials. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. He said, I'll ask for you. He pulled out a sound-transmitting talisman and reported this matter to Suya. Even though the market price for these materials was rising day after day, these materials also became increasingly scarce. Even if it were at market price, the Extreme Star Holy Lands still didn't want to sell them. To this middle-aged man's report, Suya's answer was extremely cold. She seemed to have many thoughts weighing down her mind and couldn't summon any interest to care about this sort of trivial matter. She faintly said, "Just let him do as he wishes. He is someone that Elder Shui recognizes, and there must be some reason this is so. Although I don't see it, perhaps he might have a chance of becoming an outstanding divine runic master in the future." Although materials were scarce, the amount of materials that Lin Ming alone could use up was limited. Suya was disinclined to haggle over this chump change. After Suya responded, the middle-aged man immediately began to ready the materials. Without speaking further, Lin Ming took out more 9 sun jades and exchanged them for the materials. Then he left, returning to his divine runic arts room. Seeing Lin Ming leave, the middle-aged man made another report to Suya. However, Suya didn't have the mind to listen to such minor matters. Today, she had received an Extreme Star command issued by the highest power of the Extreme Star Holy Lands, Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. Moreover, the one who issued this order was the Vice Palace Master, the second in command of the entire Extreme Star Holy Lands as well as an Empyrean-level character. With this Extreme Star command, a mission was passed down to Suya that she felt was nearly impossible to complete. In half a year, she had to quickly transport 80,000 4th-grade divine runic symbols and 10,000 5th-grade divine runic symbols to the warfront. A divine runic symbol was an extremely expensive consumable treasure. When a martial artist fought for months at a time, they might use up 4 or 5 divine runic symbols. This was also under the assumption that the martial artists of the Extreme Star Holy Lands would save any divine runic symbols they had until they absolutely had to use them. In fact, there were some soldiers that, because of their lack of divine runic symbols, would lose their lives in battles that they would have otherwise won. Thinking of this, Suya felt as if a great stone pressed down on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Military commands must be followed at all costs. If she failed in her mission, then she would be punished by the palace rules. 80,000 4th-grade divine runic symbols. 10,000 5th-grade divine runic symbols, and only half a year to complete this mission. Just how can I possibly accomplish this? Suya reclined in her chair, her heart racing with anxiety. Ever since the outbreak of war earlier in the year, she felt that the weight on her shoulders had been far too heavy. Before this, she had put forth a proposal to increase the mission rewards to incentivize the divine runic masters. But this proposal was immediately rejected by Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. The reasoning was simple. Every point that the Extreme Star Holy Lands rewarded was exchanged with the Divine Runic Masters Guild through resources. The Extreme Star Holy Lands was a top Empyrean influence with a legacy of 1 billion years. It was a massive organization with many assets and sources of income, but in this war, the consumption of all resources in every aspect was astronomical. It would be difficult for the Extreme Star Holy Lands to continue consuming resources at an even higher rate. Without more points as a reward, it would be difficult for Suya to complete her mission. However, her complaints fell on deaf ears. To her, the commands of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace were ironclad. They responded to her, "If we could increase the point rewards however much we wanted, what would we still need you for?" These words left Suya feeling especially weak. With such a pressing mission weighing down on her, could she actually be forced to sell her body to complete it? However, to those in power, whether it was an individual's body or life, everything they had was insignificant compared to the entire war situation. At this time within the Divine Runic Arts Room, Lin Ming naturally didn't know about the difficult position Suya had been placed in, nor did he care. He was completely immersed in altering the Havoc Flame symbol. This extremely intense work caused Lin Ming to neglect eating and sleeping. He made countless deductions and failed countless experiments. On the Divine Runic table in front of Lin Ming, there was a large pile of jade slips that he used to deduce and analyze the structures of the Azura Heavenly Tao. It had to be known that these jade slips had an extremely large capacity to store information. But they were completely filled with Lin Ming's observations and experimentations of the tiny rune structures. From this it could be seen how many calculations Lin Ming had done. Through these nights and days of experimentations, Lin Ming couldn't sense the passing of time. Without noticing it, 40 days passed. Lin Ming's face was haggard and his eyes were bloodshot. In front of him were scattered scraps of materials as well as haphazardly dumped divine runic symbols. All of these divine runic symbols were defective product. Lin Ming had used nearly 2 months of time to try transforming the Havoc Flame symbol so that it conformed to the Azura Heavenly Tao. But he failed countless times. With every defeat he tried again. But in the end, he still wasn't able to succeed. Lin Ming felt as if he had no more strength within him. After continuously failing again and again, no matter how much resolve Lin Ming had, he would still feel tired and annoyed. Now, he had been stuck on a single problem for a full 10 days. He was unable to draw up the fire energy in a way that agreed with the revolution of the Azura Heavenly Tao. And this time, Lin Ming's 100 portions of materials had been almost used up again. He still had to buy materials and he hadn't even succeeded in earning any money yet. All of this cost him a considerable amount of his remaining wealth. Lin Ming couldn't help but ruefully smile. 3 billion points wasn't easy to earn. Even if he had many advantages that others didn't, it still wasn't enough. Just as he opened the doors of the Divine Runic Arts Room, Lin Ming was met with Xiao Moxian walking in. She was carrying a bowl of soup in her hands. Although Lin Ming didn't need to eat anything, he had still used up his soul force and energy and needed to supplement it. This soup that Xiao Moxian carried in was made with dozens of types of medicinal soul materials and was one of the highly praised dishes of the Divine Runic Master community. After drinking it, one could speed up the recovery of their soul force and nourish their spiritual sea. The effects were extremely good. Correspondingly, the price of this soup was high and the cooking process was extremely troublesome. Because Lin Ming had wholeheartedly studied the Havoc Flame symbol, Xiao Moxian had been worried over Lin Ming's ghastly appearance and forgetfulness in eating. Thus, she had learnt some recipes from old Shui and this was the 3rd time she had brought a bowl of soup to Lin Ming. Seeing Xiao Moxian appear at this time, Lin Ming felt a sense of warmth surge in his heart. A great deal of the frustration he accumulated from his failures also disappeared. Xiana, it's fine for you to focus on your own cultivation, there is no need for you to waste your time making soup for me. I'm fine. Look at you, you've already become a beggar. Xiao Moxian reprimanded as she laid down the bowl of soup. Of course, she was only casually speaking and she knew that trying to change Lin Ming's mind on this matter was useless. Moreover, overdrawing his soul force might not be bad for Lin Ming. With the Divine Mist Heart mantra that Empyrean Divine Mist had passed down, after one overdrew their soul force they could restore it again to full, allowing one's soul force to stably grow. Xiao Moxian lightly lifted the lid of the bowl and blew a deep breath over it. As Lin Ming looked at Xiao Moxian's gentle figure and her slender white hands, he unknowingly became lost in thought. Xiao Moxian saw Lin Ming staring at her in a daze and was somewhat embarrassed. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Ming suddenly raised his fists and shouted out in surprise, "I've got it." What? Xiao Moxian said, puzzled. I've figured it out. I've figured out how to solve the problem. Lin Ming was shaking with excitement, but Xiao Moxian actually puffed out her cheeks, her face blushing red. You are really, really, crazy. Chapter 1603, Nirvanic Tribulation Flame Symbol. Chapter 1603, Nirvanic Tribulation Flame Symbol. Lin Ming took out some of the remaining materials in his spatial ring. As he thought more and more about the calculations and deductions he just made, his eyes grew increasingly bright. The fire energy of the Havoc Flame symbol was unable to match the Azura Heavenly Tao pattern structure. However, the truth was that there wasn't a flaw in the Azura Heavenly Tao pattern construct but that Lin Ming's fire laws were unable to reach the level of the Azura Heavenly Tao. If he could borrow help from Xiao Moxian's Nirvana flames and add in his own Heavenly Tribulation flames, combining the 2 types of flames together, just what would that be like? Lin Ming could feel that he had found the most essential point. As he was revising the Havoc Flame symbol, he limited his viewpoint to the structure of the runes and the fusion of the Azura Heavenly Tao. But he forgot the attack shape of the Havoc Flame symbol, the destructive flame itself. Xiao Moxian's flames were the nirvanic flames of a dark phoenix. These flames possessed the attribute of destruction. As for Lin Ming's own Heavenly Tribulation flames, they also possessed the attribute of destruction. If both could perfectly fuse together, then the Havoc flame symbol would be able to reach its greatest height. Only this sort of perfect flame could better match the Azura heavenly Tao. Xiana, let me borrow your nirvanic flames. Lin Ming threw his remaining materials into the processing array formation as he excitedly spoke to Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian could also see that Lin Ming's revision process had reached a critical point. She naturally wouldn't play a game on Lin Ming because of her little bit of anger from being embarrassed just then. She flicked her finger and a black flame ignited in her palm. This flame seemed to have a mind of its own. It transformed into all different shapes in the air, like a dark phoenix dancing in the skies. Lin Ming thrust out his hand and opened the heretical god force. The heavenly tribulation flames were released by him. Compared to Xian Moxian's flames, Lin Ming's heavenly tribulation flames seemed more violent, as if they would burn through the void. The two types of flames slowly melted into one. Originally, these two types of flames were destructive in nature, and combining them could easily cause an explosion. But for more than 20 years, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had lived together like a mortal couple, and their thoughts and hearts had long since connected. Moreover, because they had been dual cultivating for such a long time and exchanged energy between their bodies countless times, their bodies were already in perfect harmony with each other. Thus, the two flames that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian released fused together perfectly. The flames blazed red and black and then suddenly calmed down, quietly burning in the air. There didn't seem to be any heat coming from this flame. There wasn't the lively intelligence within Xiao Moxian's nirvanic flames or the fiery savageness in Lin Ming's heavenly tribulation flames. But Lin Ming knew that this peaceful-seeming flame was actually terrifying. It didn't seem to emit any heat because the heat condensed within the flames had reached the limit. Looking at this flame, Lin Ming flicked his 10 fingers and constantly threw all sorts of materials into the array formation, quickly extracting, heating, grinding, and processing the juices to draw up the divine runic symbol. Lin Ming quickly wet his divine runic pen with these juices and started drawing. At this time Lin Ming had already consumed a great deal of his soul force. But because of the vivid excitement that wiped away all exhaustion from his eyes, he was more than capable of completing this divine runic symbol drawing. Time passed. Lin Ming drew the divine runic symbol in the air, the illustrious patterns leaving Xiao Moxian dazzled. After 2 hours, Lin Ming had finished. In that moment, the entire divine runic symbol emitted a brilliant luminescence, blinding to the eyes. Lin Ming took out a symbol talisman and rubbed the symbol in the rune on it, forming a complete divine runic symbol. The last step, fusing in the Azura heavenly Tao, had already been deduced countless times by Lin Ming and was thoroughly memorized within his heart. Lin Ming revolved all the true essence within his body according to the Azura Sutra. Countless rune laws gathered towards him, pouring themselves into the Havoc flame symbol. After an incense stick of time, the Havoc flame symbol was complete. Looking at the newly transformed Havoc flame symbol, Lin Ming was filled with all sorts of emotions. For this symbol paper that was only several inches long, he had paid a tremendous amount of time and effort, and now his perseverance had borne fruit. This final product also had many flaws. It was because of Lin Ming's current state of mind as well as some deductions still not being perfected. Thus, there were many areas to improve. Lin Ming estimated he would need another 10 days to create a new and perfect Havoc flame symbol. To create this flame symbol, one needs to reach the 7th level concept in comprehensions of the fire laws. This flame symbol itself has also fused with nirvanic flames and heavenly tribulation flames, so let's call it the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. Lin Ming casually made up a name for his own work. This nirvanic tribulation flame symbol represented the current peak of Lin Ming's divine runic arts and understandings of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. He thought to himself that when he needed to refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill in the future as well as the other pills for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he would need to rely on medicinal runic divine symbols. Thus, it would be best if he revised the medicinal runic symbols in order to increase the amount by which they enhanced a pill to its limit. At least it would help him not waste any of the precious materials he purchased. You succeeded. Xiao Moxian happily laughed from nearby. Millimeter. Lin Ming nodded. Although this work wasn't perfect, 10 days from now he would be able to draw a perfect Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. Let's go buy some more materials now. In order to draw up 20 Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, Lin Ming estimated he would need another 30 portions of materials. The difficulty wasn't minor to begin with, and this was with the failure rate factored in. Thus, Lin Ming returned to the material sales section once again. By now, the price had risen by another 50%. This price was already over twice the normal price. Lin Ming didn't haggle. He paid the 9 sun jades and obtained the materials. After returning to his room, Lin Ming didn't immediately set off on working. Rather, he sat in meditation for 20 hours, adjusting his breathing and mindset. Then, Lin Ming began his crazy drawing process. He used a total of 8 days to draw up 21 divine runic symbols. The extra one was for Lin Ming to keep in hand. "You're finally done?" Xiao Moxian happily asked as she saw the many divine runic symbols. "I'm done." Every single divine runic symbol had the Lin character written on the bottom. This was the mark left behind by the creator. This sort of mark was left behind by the person's sense, and because the fluctuations of every person's sense were different, it wasn't able to be faked. To a famous divine runic master, their mark was their brand. As long as their mark was left behind on a divine runic symbol, it would cause the price to dramatically rise. Looking at the Lin character on the bottom right of the divine runic symbols, Lin Ming felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He wanted a brand of his own. During these 10 days, Lin Ming had made a very important modification to the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. This modification caused the power of the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol to be reduced by a great deal, but it also caused it to have an unbelievably special effect. If this effect was known by other divine runic masters, it would create waves within the entirety of Divine Rune City. If Lin Ming wanted to earn 3 billion points, he would have to depend on the quality of the divine runic symbols. It was impossible for him to rely on quantity. Lin Ming picked out one divine runic symbol from the stack of 21 and then brought the remaining 20 towards the mission division. It was currently night and the large mission division seemed particularly lonely. There were only a dozen some people present. Lin Ming immediately spotted Suya behind her counter at the end of the mission division hall. Late at night, Suya was wearing a red silk dress, looking similar to a negligee. The loose silk dress wasn't able to hide Suya's explosive body. She was lazily lying back on a couch, her eyes closed and her eyelashes gently trembling, as if she was profoundly weary. Beside her was a small table made from iron vines with a glass of red wine on top of it. This kind of woman was originally a rare beauty of the world. No matter how she moved, she would arouse 10,000 amorous and enchanting feelings. Suya had already noticed Lin Ming and didn't care for him at all. It was only when Lin Ming stood in front of her counter and placed the 20 Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols on the countertop did Suya slowly open her eyes. "I'm here to hand in the mission," Lin Ming clearly said. Lin Ming swept her eyes over the 20 Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols. Of course, in her eyes, they were Havoc flame symbols. Suya also had some achievements in the divine runic arts. She could see from a glance that there wasn't a problem with these finished Havoc flame symbols. "You've finished?" Suya looked at Lin Ming with surprise. She took up the wine glass, taking a sip, without any expression on her face. "After 3 whole months, you've consumed 150 portions of materials to create 20 Havoc flame symbols." Suya faintly spoke of Lin Ming's good work. For a normal peak 4th grade divine runic master, it would usually take them around 10 days and 30-some portions of materials to draw up 20 Havoc flame symbols. But Lin Ming, whether it was time or materials, had used up 8 or 9 times that of an ordinary divine runic master. This was simply far too pathetic. And even so, Suya didn't believe that Lin Ming had drawn up these divine runic symbols by himself. He likely had some elders helping him, otherwise how could a young divine runic master draw up a peak 4th grade Havoc flame symbol? She believed that Lin Ming was using the missions she issued as a chance to practice his own divine runic arts. Suya didn't feel good about this at all, especially when she had her own heavy mission weighing her down. However, no matter what was said, Lin Ming was still a young divine runic master with a bright future, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to obtain Elder Shue's recognition. This was a point that she couldn't deny. Thus, she didn't mock Lin Ming. She simply said lazily, "You can leave them there and go." The 20 Havoc flame symbols, when compared to 80,000 4th-grade divine runic symbols, were nothing but a drop in a bucket of water. There was naturally no need to have any great reaction at all. Still, it was a surprise that Lin Ming had completed this mission. She believed that he had simply come here to waste her time and play around 3 months ago. "Hey, just what sort of attitude is that?" Xiao Moxian unhappily shouted. These were things that Lin Ming had worked diligently and arduously on for the last 3 months, neglecting to eat or sleep, and yet Suya was looking as if she didn't care at all. How could Xiao Moxian not be annoyed by this? In her eyes, this sensual woman in front of her couldn't even qualify as Lin Ming's concubine, so what was she being so arrogant about? Chapter 1604, Handing in the Mission. Chapter 1604, Handing in the Mission. Xiao Moxian was originally the bright pearl in Empyrean Demon eyes, and within the monster race she was considered a little princess. From birth to adulthood, Xiao Moxian had been a star that countless planets revolved around. There were countless young elites that did everything they could to win her favor and innumerable elders who praised her to the heavens. In the divine realm, whether it was the monster race, demon race, or human race, as long as Xiao Moxian was mentioned, it would be like the arrival of a legend. She was the proudest daughter of heaven, a mystical woman who left all the chosen prides of heavens drowning in love. In this sort of situation, Xiao Moxian was considerably proud in her heart. This was a type of arrogance she was born with, one that belonged to the most superb woman of a generation. However, when she was with Lin Ming, she had always taken him as the center. Whether it was giving her primordial yin to Lin Ming, dual cultivating with him, busily following him around everywhere, or even cooking up soup for him, everything she did had been for him. In front of Lin Ming, she didn't display her usual haughtiness and arrogance. Like this, Xiao Moxian would absolutely not allow other women to put on appearances in front of Lin Ming. How could an arrogant woman like herself possibly endure another woman mocking her man? She long felt ill when she looked at this Suya, and now she wanted to walk over and give her 2 slaps to the face. Sensing Xiao Moxian's strong hostility, Suya frowned. She continued to lay back on her couch, not bothering to move at all. "What? You want to hit me? This is the special area of the Extreme Star Holy Lands and also where I work. If you do anything to me, I will recognize it as an attempt to destroy the cooperative relationship between the Extreme Star Holy Lands and the Divine Runic Masters Guild. If any losses are incurred and the war effort is delayed, can you take on responsibility for this?" Suya's voice was indifferent, but there was a clear threat behind her words. "If you have nothing else, then you can leave. I won't send you off." Suya didn't place Xiao Moxian's threat in her eyes. She clearly had her own strength and was confident in herself. This woman is hiding her cultivation. Lin Ming deeply looked at Suya and yet wasn't able to see what her cultivation was. This was a method similar to Mo Brightmoon's. Lin Ming estimated that Suya wasn't weak at all. If she was sent by the Extreme Star Holy Lands and was also responsible for all contact between them and the Divine Runic Masters Guild, as well as being the person in charge here, then she definitely wasn't some common person. Moreover, old Shuai had also reminded him to not view Suya as just a beautiful vase. She had her own exquisite methods. "Let's not argue with her. Xiana, let's go." Lin Ming grabbed Xiao Moxian's hand. Xiao Moxian could barely endure this insult. But at this time she really couldn't do anything to Suya. Those divine runic symbols, Xiao Moxian pointed to the 20 divine runic symbols on the countertop. Lin Ming had spent a great deal of energy and time drawing up those divine runic symbols. If they were handed over like this, then that was far too great a loss. Xiao Moxian had watched Lin Ming's 3 months of hard work. Those were the result of Lin Ming's painstaking effort, and they also concerned whether or not Lin Ming would be able to smoothly open the second Dao Palace of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace in the future. It would even affect the results of the final smelting trial. Thus, Xiao Moxian was even more nervous than Lin Ming was. She felt that Lin Ming would need to receive at least several dozen million contribution points for these 20 divine runic symbols for it to be even. But Lin Ming simply smiled gently at her and said, "It doesn't matter." He believed that gold would always shine in the end. As Lin Ming was walking away, Suya was a bit startled. She said, "You don't want to take your contribution points." According to the agreement, Lin Ming would receive 50,000 to 60,000 contribution points upon completing the mission. Raindrop, pay Sir Lin the contribution points. As Suya spoke, she continued to lazily lean back on her couch. She didn't intend on speaking to Lin Ming again. To Suya, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were characters on the level of little brothers and sisters, filled with a vigorous youth and loving to compete with others. However, their antics had no effect on Suya. Only a peak 5th grade or 6th grade divine runic master would have Suya standing up to greet them and see them off. For them, she would even personally process the payment of their contribution points. With Suya's orders, a green-clothed Raindrop walked forwards, carrying a pink jade slip in her hands. This jade slip had the contribution points recorded within it. This green-clothed girl's manners were quite humble. She offered forth the pink jade slip and said in a soft voice, "Sir Lin, these are your contribution points. There are a total of 60,000. Please verify them." The green-clothed girl gently poured her true essence into the jade slip and a brilliant light flashed atop it. Runes began to appear in the air like flashing stars. These runes were only for accounting, there was no other effect. As long as Lin Ming received them with his divine runic master's badge, then these runes would become his points. The runes for contribution points seemed simple, but creating fakes was impossible. This was because every rune had a corresponding twin rune within the divine runic master's guild. Once it was used up, the two twin runes would collide and destroy each other. If one created a fake rune, there would not be such an effect because no matter how clever a divine runic master was, they still couldn't change the rune record within the guild headquarters. To a 3rd grade divine runic master, 60,000 contribution points was an absolutely massive sum of wealth. However, Suya didn't expect that Lin Ming would lightly smile and say, "No need." "Millimeter? What do you mean?" Suya looked at Lin Ming with surprise. Turning in a complete mission and receiving points was a completely justified course of action, and yet he didn't want to receive them. Then what was the point of taking on missions? In the Divine Runic Masters Guild, contribution points were much more precious than more common forms of wealth like 9 sun jades. This was because many rare materials required contributions points for purchase. A 6th grade Divine Runic Master would never complain that they had too many contribution points. Lin Ming casually said, "Let's just leave it like this. I will temporarily not take my contribution points reward for completing the 20 divine runic symbols." Lin Ming wasn't interested in only 60,000 contribution points. To put it more bluntly, this was like trying to send away a beggar with change. What he needed was 3 billion points. Taking or leaving 60,000 points made no difference to that end sum. If he took it, then that was equal to giving his own 20 Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols for free. Lin Ming wasn't stupid enough to do something like that. But if he didn't take the reward, then these 20 Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols could be considered as being lent out. Lin Ming said he wouldn't receive the points reward temporarily. That didn't mean he would give them away. "Why don't you want them now? Do you think my Extreme Star Holy Lands lacks points to reward you?" Suya's words had a faint arrogance to them. Although she was being pushed around and was in a mess due to the Extreme Star command issued by Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, to outsiders, Suya was still the calm and confident woman she was before. She was just like these high and mighty arrogant divine runic masters. As long as she left the confines of her room, she would always be dressed properly and impeccably, revealing nothing but her perfect temperament and good image in order to avoid losing any face. Lin Ming faintly smiled. "Lady Suya says that, but at the same time I do not need your points." He responded to Suya, countering her words. Suya looked at Lin Ming with surprise. Her lips curved up in a playful smile. She mockingly said, "If I'm not wrong, up until now Sir Lin's contribution points should have been at 0. I heard that you left the Divine Runic Masters Guild for a long time and didn't receive a salary during that period. And now that you've come back for 3 months, you still haven't collected any accounts. If you did, then according to your standard as a 3rd grade Divine Runic Master, Shouldn't you have, well, 5 points? The Divine Runic Masters Guild only offered a pitiful salary for low-level Divine Runic Masters. This was to encourage Divine Runic Masters to take on missions. The guild had no interest in supporting bums. A third-grade Divine Runic Master would only receive 20 points every year. Lin Ming had been back for 3 months, so he should have received 5 points. Sir Lin, you only have 5 points, so are you sure you don't need these 60,000 points? Suya's smile became increasingly wide and bright. She originally thought that her verbal attack was strong enough to leave a mark, but she never imagined that Lin Ming wouldn't be embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled and said, Miss Suya, you've investigated quite clearly, but there is no need for you to worry about my salary. Perhaps a month from now, my total amount of points will have reached a considerable level. There even might be people scrambling to ask me to produce divine runic symbols. Lin Ming's words were subtle. He only used vague terms like considerable and might be people. However, as Suya heard this, she thought that this Lin Ming was simply incorrigible. Initially, Lin Ming had put on some act to take a look at 5th grade missions and ended up choosing 4th grade missions. Then, after 3 whole months passed, he used 150 portions of materials and an amount of time nearly 10 times what others would take to produce 20 divine runic symbols. Moreover, he likely had to request help from someone to finish this mission. Suya already felt that she had given him sufficient face in not ruining his act last time, but he was still continuing it. He was clearly poor, and yet he didn't want to take the contribution points after turning in the mission. He was pretending to be a wealthy person, and even his smile seemed to carry a profoundly fake taste to it. Then, he actually dared to say that a month from now there would be some people who would be scrambling to ask him to make divine runic symbols. And, she could feel that the some people Lin Ming was referring to was actually pointing to herself. She was disinclined to bother with a ridiculous fool like Lin Ming. She lightly said, I have no idea who will be scrambling for you to make divine runic symbols in the future, but I don't have any intention of doing so. If you want to slap yourself in the face by putting on such a stupid farce, then go ahead. If you don't wish to receive those 60,000 points, then I won't force you either. I don't have the interest or time to play around with you. Today's transactions are over now. I thank you for handing in your mission, and I won't be seeing you off. As Suya spoke, she picked up her wine glass, gently swishing it around and taking a sip. The red wine shimmered along her ruby-red lips. When coordinated with her long loose dress and her slightly visible breasts, she exuded an alluring sex appeal. Lin Ming smiled and left the mission division with Xiao Moxian. Extreme Star Heavenly Palace was in drastic need of divine runic symbols. 3 days later, the 20 divine runic symbols that Lin Ming drew up were sent to the front lines. The ones that obtained this batch of divine runic symbols were a 10-man squad of Holy Lords. The squad captain was known as Junepeak, and he was a late Holy Lord powerhouse. The other squad members were all at the early Holy Lord realm. This squad had already fought on the front lines for a long time and was in dire need of supplies. Now, they finally obtained 20 Havoc Flame symbols. And the bottom right corners of these Havoc Flame symbols had a Lin character inscribed on them. Chapter 1605, Special Effect. Chapter 1605, Special Effect. For the squad led by Junepeak, a peak 4th grade divine runic symbol was just barely enough. The effects were far inferior to those of a true 5th grade divine runic symbol. The 10 of them were all at the Holy Lord realm. According to the cultivation of a Holy Lord martial artist, they had the strength to use a 5th grade divine runic symbol. As for a 6th grade divine runic symbol, their cultivation wasn't enough, they simply weren't able to activate one. Captain, the heavenly fire symbols we applied for haven't been approved. They've only sent us these little things. A squad member slapped the 20 Havoc Flame symbols on a table, looking a bit depressed. What are you talking about? What are you calling little things? These are peak 4th grade Havoc Flame symbols, and their effects aren't much worse than those of 5th grade divine runic symbols. We should be happy that we're able to use them. Do you know how tight the current supply of divine runic symbols and pills is right now? The war front consumes massive amounts of every type, and many squads like us are fighting bravely without anything to help them, and yet we've got so many supplies to use. Cheer up, guys. Some of you come from the outer Azura Road and some of you come from the 33 universes. In your universes, do you have something like our divine runic symbols? Isn't fighting just the same? When we battle others, we fight mainly by ourselves. These divine runic symbols only serve a supportive role. Captain is right. After being berated by the captain, the other squad members seemed to perk up, many of them seemingly reignited. Indeed, even without divine runic symbols they could still fight. Everyone gets 2 Havoc flame symbols. This means that your lives can be saved 2 times. Make sure to be careful when you use them. Now, let's go. The captain waved his hand and the rest of the squad followed. War was like a blazing inferno, a raging fire, fierce and tragic. Every day a massive number of masters perished. If an ordinary holy land was to be sucked up into this war between 2 Goliaths, they would soon be ruined without even dregs remaining. The Spiriters Extreme Star Holy Lands and the Saint Heaven Strife Holy Lands had a long-standing feud. But now, because of a titanic mineral resource trove discovered in an inner sea, the endless entanglements and hostilities of the past mixed together and finally erupted into an all-out war between 2 Empyrean-level influences. As long as one party could suppress the other, they could monopolize the giant resource trove and then expand. The several main leaders of these 2 great influences all had Empyrean-level cultivations, and none of them were able to do anything to the others. In this case, cutting down the subordinate strength of the other party was the most effective method possible. If an Empyrean lost their heavenly palace and holy lands, and all of their disciples, followers, and descendants were killed off, leaving them all by their lonesome, then could they still be considered an Empyrean-level influence? What ability would they have to monopolize an inner sea giant mineral lode that was 1,000,000 miles wide? Thus, the war between these 2 great influences involved all their world kings, holy lords, and even divine lord martial artist. These mid-ranked powerhouses of the Empyrean-level influences battled amongst the inner sea and the countless islands that dotted it, filling the air with the smell of slaughter and blood. As for the small squads, they were all assigned to engage in minor guerrilla battles. Dunpeak's squad was filled with experienced soldiers. All of them knew what combat tactics they should use. As for special items like recovery pills, they were all one-time consumable items. They were to be saved until they absolutely had to be used. In order to maintain their life-saving cards, they chose battles that were favorable to them and ones where they could launch sneak attacks. But in this world of war and intrigue, how could they avoid being stabbed in the back themselves? At this time, Dunpeak's squad had finally been surrounded by an enemy ambush. As they saw an old opponent that had almost been extinguished by their squad last time, Dunpeak's complexion became extremely ugly. "Old friend, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, ha ha ha." A brazen and contemptuous laugh echoed out in the air. A man wearing black armor and with a thick scar on his face stepped forwards. This man had a dragon saber strapped to his back. The dragon saber was the height of a man and a half and left deep imprints in the ground with every step. Behind this scarred man were also 20 Holy Lord martial artists. This was a combination of 2 squads. The other squad was a brother squad of the scar-faced man, and together they were twice as strong as Dunpeak's squad in terms of combat strength. If a true life-or-death battle were to occur here today, then Dunpeak's squad would suffer certain disastrous defeat. They only had 2 roads to take. One was to fight with their lives on the line and risk themselves to cause heavy losses to the enemy. The second was to scatter in all directions and let the enemy kill half of them without being able to do anything to them at all. As the members of Dunpeak's squad realized this, their complexions became extremely ugly. "Tyrant Blade, I'm surprised you haven't died yet." Dunpeak's voice was icy cold. "Haha, if you haven't died, how could I die? Thanks to you, all of my brothers were killed off last time. Now, I will use your life to pay tribute to their souls. Go, kill them all." Tyrant Saber waved his hand and his squad of 20 violently clashed with Dunpeak's squad of 10. In a life-or-death slaughter, neither side held back. For a time horrifying waves rose up in the inner sea. However, Dunpeak's squad had half the members of their enemies. With one person being forced to face 2, they were quickly suppressed. In just a short half-incense stick of time within this brutal combat, Several of Dunpeak's squad members had received heavy wound. In terms of their mortal bodies, the Spiriters martial artists were far inferior to the Saint martial artists. Even if the Saint martial artists were injured, it wouldn't affect their combat strength too much. But once a Spiriters martial artist was wounded, their combat strength would be heavily influenced. Ah! With a miserable cry, one of Dunpeak's squad members had his left arm chopped off. The left arm that shined with the light of a Spiriters was flung high in the air, its blood sprinkling down into the choppy waters below. Crimson cloud. Dunpeak watched as one of his own brothers was heavily wounded. It was likely that all 10 of them would be buried here today. A deep feeling of despair and anger rose up in his heart. Kill them all. Killing one is enough, killing 2 is a profit. The soldiers were always somewhat bloody. Dunpeak didn't want to be chased around the inner sea like dogs to their death. He led his squad into a life-or-death battle. Ha! Beat him to death. The 2 Saint soldiers grinned as they rushed towards Crimson Cloud. But Crimson Cloud himself had already suffered a severe wound and was no longer able to resist. Dunpeak watched helplessly as all of this unfolded before him. He wasn't able to go out and help because he was facing 2 captain-level characters at the same time, one of them Tyrant Saber. Saber light flashed. Crimson Cloud thought that his life was at its end. All he could do now was give everything he had and try to drag down one of them to the grave with him. He pulled out the 2 Havoc flame symbols he had just obtained yesterday. This sort of peak 4th grade offensive divine runic symbol was almost equal to Crimson Cloud's all-out strike. Only in a state where both he and the enemy were wounded would this type of divine runic symbol have a miraculous effect. If he used it right at the start of battle, then it wouldn't be too useful. Currently, Crimson Cloud was heavily wounded and could no longer use any techniques. All he could do was throw out these Havoc flame symbols and struggle with his enemies. Even if he couldn't kill them, he could at least wound them. Be careful. Those are divine runic symbols. The Saint martial artists felt their hearts gripped as Crimson Cloud took out 2 Havoc flame symbols. During the battle between the Saints and the Spiriters, the Saints had suffered the full pain wrought by these divine runic symbols. Because the Saints didn't create divine runic symbols, they also didn't have sources for divine runic symbols. Their advantage came from their strong endurance and resilience that allowed for sustained fighting. But when it came to equipment, pills, and divine runic symbols, they were far inferior to the Spiriters. Many times, the Spiriters had used these divine runic symbols to change the course of a battle. Thus, they were certainly afraid of these things. Defend together. The 2 Saint martial artists shouted, revolving their astral essence to the limit to form a barrier. And at this time, the 2 Havoc flame symbols exploded. The Tao patterns of the Azura heavenly Tao wove together in the skies. Fire energy wildly surged out in all directions. For a time, the entire sky was lit up with a deep crimson light. The 2 Saint martial artists were pushed back as their astral essence resisted the flaming heat of these Havoc flame symbols. With the 2 Havoc flame symbols used together, their total might was twice that of Crimson Cloud's all-out strike. Even though the 2 Saint martial artists had joined together, they still felt it difficult to withstand. These flames, how can they have a corrosive power? They're corroding away at our astral essence. Seeing their protective astral essence melting away like wax in a fire, the complexions of the 2 Saint martial artists changed. They felt that the flames released by this Havoc flame symbol were far beyond ordinary. They carried with them an attribute of destruction. Ka. Their protective astral essence was split apart. The 2 Saint martial artists were overwhelmed with shock. The power of these Havoc flame symbols far surpassed the usual. They had already burnt through their protective astral essence. Bodily defense. The bodies of the Saint martial artists were ranked in first amongst all the various races. They were comparable to ancient vicious beasts. Even if their protective astral essence shattered, they still had their physical bodies as a second layer of defense. Energy erupted from their bodies. The bones of the 2 Saint martial artists released explosive crackling sound. But at this time, the destructive flames were already falling down upon them in a deluge of fire. Pang! The flames exploded and black flames burnt through the air. The two Saint Martial artists screamed in pain as they were sent flying away. Their chests and arms were scorched black, even revealing the bones beneath. However, the life force of the Saint Martial artists was far too formidable. Even though they were burnt to such a degree, they still maintained a considerable level of combat strength. How horrifying! The two Saint Martial artists began to drip with a cold sweat. These wounds could heal in 1 or 2 days, and if they used pills it would be even quicker. However, they felt a moment of impending doom as those flames scorched them. This was because they had no idea when those dreadful black flames would finally burn out. Luckily, their astral essence was deeper and managed to hold out until the end of these flames. Not a single one died. Crimson Cloud mirthlessly smiled. It was already extremely good for a peak 4th grade divine runic symbol to have such an effect. To depend on 2 one-time use peak 4th grade divine runic symbols to kill 2 Holy Lord powerhouses wasn't realistic to begin with. A divine runic symbol could only display its best effects when a battle reached its white-hot phase. If only these were 5th grade divine runic symbols. Crimson Cloud spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. To fight 2 enemies alone, this step was his limit. He hated himself for being useless and not being able to lighten the burden for his brothers. Just as he was planning to burn his soul and send out one final strike, an incomprehensible scene occurred in front of Crimson Cloud. After the flames of the Havoc Flame symbol disappeared, the mystical Tao patterns that spread through the air still didn't vanish. Even the 2 talisman papers that had the lines of the Tao patterns were unharmed. The Azura Tao patterns continued to revolve according to innumerable mysterious rules. Then, beneath the incredulous eyes of Crimson Cloud, the Tao patterns fused back together, forming 2 new Havoc Flame symbol. It was like the 2 Havoc Flame symbols had never been used before. Chapter 1606, Power of the Flame Symbols. Chapter 1606, Power of the Flame Symbols. A divine runic symbol was originally a one-time use consumable item. Once it was used up, it was gone. No one had ever heard of a divine runic symbol that would not disappear after being used and would instead be restored to its original state. The 2 divine runic symbols floated back into Crimson Cloud's hand as if they had a mind of their own. After entering his hand, besides a warm and comfortable feeling that surrounded them, everything was the exact same as before he had used them. If he didn't watch the inner sea being swept up in a terrifying explosion of flames and didn't see the 2 Saint Martial artists being scorched black, Crimson Cloud would really wonder whether or not he had used these Havoc Flame symbols just now. Can these Havoc Flame symbols actually be used multiple times? As soon as this thought flashed through Crimson Cloud's mind, he nearly couldn't believe it himself. Divine runic symbols were one-time use objects just like pills. He had never heard about a pill being eaten, reforming, and then being able to be eaten again. That completely defied all common sense logic. This fellow. Those 2 Saint Martial artists that were burnt by the destructive flames also saw the divine runic symbols used by Crimson Cloud restore themselves to their original appearance after being used. The Saint Martial artists were panic-stricken. Just what was going on here? If a divine runic symbol could be used multiple times, was that even allowed? Seeing Crimson Cloud hold those 2 divine runic symbols in hand, the Saint Martial artists were already deeply afraid. They didn't dare to attack. But at this time, another martial artist sneered. He's just bluffing. If that Spiritus dog was able to use divine runic symbols multiple times, then our Heaven Strife Holy Lands would have been long destroyed by their Extreme Star Holy Land. That's right. I can't believe I was almost fooled. The 2 Saint Martial artists grimaced as they mocked themselves for their stupidity. If this Crimson Cloud fellow really had such fierce divine runic symbols, then why would he only use them after one of his arms was cut off? He would have used them at the start. If so, then the 2 of them together wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Attack together, kill him. This Spiritus dog, he dares to trick me? I will tear off that dog head of his. The 2 Saint Martial artists launched their attacks once more. Last time they had defended with everything they had, but now they were attacking with everything they had. Seeing those 2 masters hurtle towards him, Crimson Cloud grit his teeth and activated the Havoc Flame symbols once more. In a hopeless situation, he still had to try everything he could. At this time, His only hope of survival was that these two havoc flame symbols could actually be used multiple times. Otherwise, he was as good as dead. Pouring his spirit essence into the havoc flame symbols, Crimson Cloud felt as if they had been insatiably hungry, crazily sucking up his spirit essence. Although Crimson Cloud had lost an arm, the truth was that he hadn't used up too much of his spirit essence. Even after these two havoc flame symbols wildly drew out his spirit essence, he still had over half remaining. What is this? Crimson Cloud was startled by the havoc flame symbols drawing out so much of his spirit essence. When he had used peak 4th grade divine runic symbols in the past, although he had to pour in his spirit essence, he had never poured in this much. This sort of feeling was like the two havoc flame symbols in his hand were a bottomless abyss, recklessly sucking out his strength. Crimson Cloud had no time to respond. At this moment, the two havoc flame symbols flew out, releasing a blazing light in the skies. The surrounding heaven and earth origin energy began moving like a tsunami, gathering together and condensing into a raging sea of flames in the skies. And in the midst of this sea of flames, the Azura heavenly Tao laws wove together with the mysterious Tao patterns. Beneath the influence of these Tao patterns, the sea of flames gained a horrifying destructive aura, as if they would burn through space. The two saint martial artists that were rushing forwards were instantly surrounded by this turbulent sea of fire. What? No matter what, the two saint martial artists would never have imagined that those two divine runic symbols could be used multiple times. If this Crimson Cloud really had such divine runic symbols, then why didn't he use them earlier? Why wait until now? They had no time to think. That ghastly sea of black flames contained a terrifying destructive aura. As they were sucked into the center of it, their astral essence quickly consumed itself. The power when these havoc flame symbols were used again even far surpassed the first time. Peng. One saint martial artist's protective astral essence was burnt to nothing. He cried out in alarm as he faced the roiling black flames alone, nearly scared out of his mind. He had already been severely wounded by the first use of the havoc flame symbol. How could his body endure it a second time? How could this happen? All across the battlefield, the other martial artists also noticed the situation happening here. Two seas of flames had appeared and their reckless surges of energy were wildly rushing out, colliding with everyone else. This is havoc flame symbols. Dunpeak's squad was stunned. According to traditional concepts, divine runic symbols should only be used at the last moments of a desperate struggle in order to display the best effects. Thus, besides the almost dead Crimson Cloud, no one had used them. With a pitiful scream, that saint martial artist whose protective astral essence shattered first was swept up by the black flames. The destructive power within those black flames broke into his body, ravaging through his meridians and recklessly destroying everything. Those black flames could burn astral essence and were impossibly difficult to suppress. The saint martial artist frantically struggled, but his life vitality was rapidly fading. "Captain!" Crimson Cloud suddenly shouted out, "Let's use our havoc flame symbols together." He didn't know whether or not all the havoc flame symbols could be used multiple times, but this was the only gamble he could make. If he was right, then they could make all their opponents suffer severe wounds without paying too great a price. Hearing Crimson Cloud's shouts, the other martial artists in Dunpeak's squad were all stunned. At this time, they witnessed something incredible. The Azura heavenly Tao laws that formed the terrifying sea of fire suddenly converged in the air, turning into two new flame symbols that flew into Crimson Cloud's hand. What in the world? Dunpeak's squad felt this was all too unbelievable. After these havoc flame symbols were used, they actually restored themselves to their previous state. Without further speaking, Dunpeak took out his own two havoc flame symbols. He didn't know whether these two flame symbols could be used more than once, but this was his only hope. All the other martial artists in Dunpeak's squad followed suit, bringing out their havoc flame symbols. In an instant, the entire sky was lit up with an endless panorama of black flames. Because of these flames, the vast inner sea seemed to boil with excitement. After Lin Ming handed over the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols, he bought a massive amount of materials and returned to his divine runic arts room to practice. Lin Ming was only practicing one thing, revising the structure of the divine runic symbols so that they drew even closer to the Azura heavenly Tao laws. This would allow their strength to greatly increase, or they could even be like the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols and obtain an unbelievable special effect. Only this type of divine runic symbol would sell for a sky-high price. The Havoc flame symbol that Lin Ming revised was only a peak 4th grade divine runic symbol. Although its effects were heaven-defying, Lin Ming still remained unsatisfied. Because the grade of the divine runic symbol wasn't too high, only an Empyrean-level influence like the Extreme Star Holy Lands that was also at war with another party would purchase them in bulk. Otherwise, selling them off one at a time would be far too slow a method to gather wealth. Lin Ming's goal was to revise a 5th grade divine runic symbol. This was a gargantuan project. The revision of a 5th grade divine runic symbol was several times more difficult than that of a 4th grade divine runic symbol. Even though Lin Ming had some previous experiences, he would still struggle with it. Lin Ming secluded himself in his divine runic arts room and restarted the days of neglecting to eat and sleep. A massive amount of materials was placed atop the divine runic table. Jade slips were haphazardly scattered everywhere as he made new calculations and deductions every night. Making countless calculations all day long was an extremely arduous and tedious process. Luckily, Xiao Moxian would frequently make soul recovery soups and bring them to him, relieving his boredom and making him feel a hint of pleasure and concern. But Lin Ming was well aware that the revision of a 5th grade divine runic symbol could not be accomplished in one go like with a 4th grade divine runic symbol. Rather, the process was divided into multiple stages and each stage only represented a part. What Lin Ming studied now was only the theoretical basis behind it. If Lin Ming didn't have any inspirations, he would find something else to do. And of these other things, the most important was to refine a soul recovery pill for Empyrean divine mist. A soul recovery pill that could help an Empyrean would have a grade close to a transcendent divine pill. It would be extremely difficult to refine. At least, this was with Lin Ming's current level. Time passed a day at a time. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed since Lin Ming handed in his mission. At the front lines of the Extreme Star Holy Lands, 10 Holy Lord level squads were gathered together. The 100+ people were called here to hold a war assembly. This sort of war assembly would occur every month. Everyone would freely exchange information. This included information they obtained on enemies, fighting tactics, and new adaptations to make on the battlefield. At this time, in a corner of the assembly, a tall and majestic man was standing there. This big fellow had a long beard and a pair of large axes hanging on his back. He was currently beaming with joy. I'm not exaggerating. You have no idea what the scene was like at the time. There were over 21 opponents and also 2 late Holy Lords leading them. As for us, we only had 10 people. This was a completely one-sided match. And those saint demons even laid traps for us. With an order from the captain, we engaged them in a brutal struggle for survival. That battle was truly world-shaking, enough to shock gods and alarm Ghost. The big fellow was speaking so fast and excitedly that his beard was flying up. Then, a strong hand slapped his back and an icy voice sounded out. Sit down and stop making things up. After being yelled at, the big bearded fellow wasn't feeling too good. But as he turned around, he saw the one standing behind him was his captain, June Peak. The bearded fellow immediately shut up. He said, "Captain, I'm just telling the truth. Where am I making things up?" "Good. Then shut up." Even though June Peak had earned a massive merit, he still couldn't be happy about this war assembly. He knew that he couldn't conceal his combat report, otherwise that would be a grave and oftentimes fatal offense. But he still had a single worry. That was, once he gave his report, would the strange Havoc flame symbols in their hands be confiscated by the higher powers? Before this, he had learned through other channels that it was only his squad's Havoc flame symbols that had special effects. The divine runic symbols of the other squads were the same as before and could only be used once. Chapter 1607, Lin. Chapter 1607, Lin. At this time, a large middle-aged man stepped into the center of the assembly site. This person had thick eyebrows, eyes like a tiger, and an intimidating aura. He was an Empyrean disciple from Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, a great world king powerhouse, Deep Blue. These 10 Holy Lord squads were under Deep Blue's direct jurisdiction, and he was also the one presiding over this assembly. As he stepped into the assembly site, Deep Blue spoke a few opening remarks before looking at Junpeak. He went straight to the point. Junpeak, in your combat report you said that your team achieved a great success. You fell into an ambush of 21 enemies that even had 2 captain-level characters, but instead of being killed you slayed 13 people and forced the remaining 8 to flee into the wild. As for your squad, the only price you paid was some wounds. Although Deep Blue seemed to have a happy expression, his eyes were like a hawk as he looked over Junpeak's squad of 10. After being praised by Deep Blue in the war assembly, Junpeak and his squad felt proud of their accomplishments. Indeed, they had truly won a great victory in that battle and had fought with vigor. However, Junpeak's mind was still filled with doubts. 20 Havoc flame symbols were given to their squad of 10. Would the other 10 be taken back? He clenched his teeth. Yes. Millimeter. Good. You earned merits. Great merits. All of you may receive rewards in accordance with army regulations, Deep Blue said. The martial artists in Junpeak's squad were increasingly excited. But at this time, Deep Blue changed the conversation. Then, I want to know, how did you win? Junpeak's mind shook. The subject had finally been brought up. As he expected, when headquarters provided those Havoc flame symbols they didn't know about their special effects. Junpeak took a deep breath and took out the combat report he had prepared long in advance. He stepped forwards and bowed, saying, Lord Deep Blue, I have already prepared the combat report. This combat report may have a considerable influence on the war. But, before Lord Deep Blue takes a look, I have a request to make. Oh, request? Yes. Junpeak had a serious expression. I request that in any event, Lord Deep Blue does not take back military equipment. Why would I take back your military equipment? Deep Blue's eyebrows shot up. He could faintly feel that Junpeak's combat report was related to this equipment. He hesitated for a moment before saying, as long as it is equipment issued by the military I naturally won't take it back. Thank you Lord Deep Blue. Junpeak said, ecstatic. If Deep Blue guaranteed this under the eyes of so many people present then he wouldn't renege on his words. Junpeak immediately passed over the combat report and began speaking. He could give up the rewards from this merit but he definitely had to keep those 20 Havoc flame symbols no matter what. This was a matter that concerned his life and the lives of his brothers. As Deep Blue listened to the combat report, his expression was calm, then startled, then filled with disbelief. At the end, he rose to his feet, unable to contain his surprise. His eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at Junpeak with disbelief. Havoc flame symbols that can be used multiple times. Are you speaking the truth? Deep Blue's voice was filled with potent energy. It spread through the entire war assembly. For a time, the entire assembly site fell into complete silence. Everyone could clearly hear Deep Blue's words. Havoc flame symbols that could be used more than once. This kind of divine runic symbol existed in the world. Divine runic symbols were powerful but their creation costs were astronomical. They could only be used once. A martial artist normally had 2 or 3 divine runic symbols to protect themselves and they would only be willing to take them out in critical situations. They were treated like hidden treasures. If there was a Havoc flame symbol that could be used unlimited times, just what sort of scene was that? If there was a squad where each person had a Havoc flame symbol, wouldn't that be a violent and random barrage of explosions? There was no opponent who could withstand that. This sounded unrealistic. But Junpeak's squad had defeated an enemy force twice their size and hadn't lost a single person. This was the best proof. As the members of the other squads realized this, their eyes began to burn with heat. Such a divine tool of the battlefield, they also wanted one. Late at night, Divine Runic Masters Guild. At night, the mission division of the Divine Runic Masters Guild would be extremely lonely and desolate. But no matter how lonely it was, Suya would not leave her position. For 24 hours a day, whether it was eating, meditating, or occasionally cultivating, Suya would spend her time here. In this alone, Suya was extremely devoted to her work. At any time, anyone could find her if they wished. Of course, the reason for this was also due to the tremendous pressure on her. At this time, Suya was dressed in a loose pink nightdress. She sat behind the counter, taking inventory of the divine runic symbols she had. In truth, she had taken inventory too many times, so it was impossible for her to have made a mistake. But she still did so because it was a habit of hers. The reason this habit developed was because Suya was feeling extremely restless in her heart. Of the time that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace had given her to complete her mission, a quarter had passed. However, she had only received 9,000 4th grade divine runic symbols and 1,500 5th grade divine runic symbols. But the mission that headquarters had given her was to gather 80,000 4th grade divine runic symbols and 10,000 5th grade divine runic symbols. The disparity was far too great. The divine runic masters weren't too enthusiastic about taking on missions. These people were extremely arrogant to begin with. Besides missions, they also had to cultivate, study, and research. The soaring cost of materials had unknowingly increased the difficulty for divine runic masters to complete their missions. After all, if a divine runic master failed to draw up a symbol, they would have to pay for the materials lost. If things continued at this speed, Suya wouldn't even have half the amount of divine runic symbols needed when the deadline for her mission came. What should she do? Suya's advantage lay in her feminine charms. But those that prostrated themselves beneath her pink dress were mostly young divine runic masters without much skill. In Suya's eyes, they were even worse than Lin Ming. A true higher-level divine runic master wasn't necessarily attracted by Suya's feminine charms and wiles. In recent days, Suya had smiled towards these high-level divine runic masters every day, trying to arouse their interest. She was beginning to feel a bit exhausted by this work. Playing with the cup of red wine in her hands, Suya's heart was not as calm as she revealed on the outside. "Young lady, the Heavenly Palace has passed down orders." At this time, Raindrop approached and took out a golden token with both hands. Another Extreme Star command. Suya's heart skipped a beat. Every time she saw an Extreme Star command, she would have an unlucky foreboding feeling. With a deep breath, Suya swept through the contents of the Extreme Star command with her sense. For a time, she was shocked. A divine runic symbol that could be used countless times. There was such a strange divine runic symbol in the ones I delivered. Suya also had some attainments in the divine runic arts, otherwise she wouldn't have been sent here to the Divine Runic Masters Guild. She was well aware that it was an impossible matter for divine runic symbols to be used multiple times. But headquarters wouldn't lie about something so important. Perhaps there really was someone who invented a divine runic symbol that could be used many times. Who is it? The first people Suya thought of were the peak divine runic grandmasters of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and even the guild president, a 7th-level divine runic master. But none of these people seemed to have taken a mission from the Extreme Star Holy Lands. With their status, they wouldn't bother with such things. Could it be a peak 6th grade divine runic master? Suya immediately thought. There were some 6th grade divine runic masters that had taken on missions. But as she thought about it more, she soon shot down this idea. Within the Extreme Star command, there was a phantom image of the divine runic symbol which could be used multiple times. Suya could immediately see that it was a 4th grade divine runic symbol, a havoc flame symbol. A 6th grade divine runic master wouldn't take on a mission to create havoc flame symbols. Havoc flame symbol. Suya had a good memory and she could recall that there were people who took on missions to draw up havoc flame symbols these days. But as she recalled this, she knew there were only 5 or 6 people who had taken on missions to draw up havoc flame symbols. Of these people, there wasn't anyone who was capable of accomplishing such an unbelievable matter. It shouldn't be him. Suya inexplicably thought of Lin Ming, but she immediately shook her head. She was being too ridiculous here. Just how old was Lin Ming? He was less than 100 years old and his divine runic master rank was only the 3rd grade if she remembered correctly. But as Suya was thinking this, the expression on her face froze. She subconsciously covered her mouth. On the phantom image of that havoc flame symbol, there was a clear character carved onto the bottom right corner of the divine runic symbol, Lin. Lin. Could it really be him? Realizing this possibility, Suya was completely stunned. Chapter 1608, Late Night Suya. Chapter 1608. Late Night Suya. You would like to look for Lin Ming? Miss Suya, please wait a moment, I will check for you. In the Divine Runic Room rental area, a young receptionist in a long skirt smiled sweetly as she looked up Lin Ming's room number for Suya. 5th grade Divine Runic Room, room number 28. The young receptionist continued, it is late at night so Sir Lin is probably resting at this moment. Miss Suya, do you plan on visiting Sir Lin? Yes. Suya nodded. The young receptionist tittered. Suya was the most eye-catching beauty in the Divine Runic Masters Guild this year. In the middle of the night she wore such a sensual pink nightdress to enter Lin Ming's room alone. Just what could she be planning? This sort of meeting would always cause young girls to form interesting associations. Of course, she naturally couldn't reveal these ideas. Seeing the strange glint in the young receptionist's eyes, Suya certainly knew what she was thinking. But she was disinclined to care about such things. At this time her mind was a mess. She didn't know whether or not that havoc flame symbol really came from Lin Ming and how she should face him. In Suya's memories, there weren't many people within the entire Divine Runic Masters Guild who had the surname of Lin. This was because while this name was relatively common within the human race, there were very, very few people of the soul race who had such a name. If a Spiritus Divine Runic Master were to create their own Divine Runic symbol, there would be no reason for randomly putting the Lin character on a corner of the Divine Runic symbol. However, this 3rd grade Divine Runic Master was far too young. How could he possibly produce such a ridiculous Divine Runic symbol? All of these thoughts raced through Suya's mind. Soon, she reached room number 28. Lin Ming's contribution points were non-existent. This also meant that he couldn't rent a room that required contribution points. Looking at the tightly sealed stone door, Suya's mood was extremely complex. She hesitantly reached out a hand and pressed down on the sound transmission array formation. At this time, within the Divine Runic Room, materials were scattered chaotically everywhere. There were also many incomplete Divine Runic symbols. But above a stone bed in a corner of the room, a beautiful spring scene was taking place. After delivering the Havoc Flame symbols and completing his mission, Lin Ming painstakingly researched in this room for a month and finally came up with a way to transform a 5th grade Divine Runic symbol. Today, Lin Ming had completed the preliminary theoretical basis and this part of his work had come to an end. Then, he and Xiao Moxian began to dual cultivate heavenly extreme bliss together. But at this time, Lin Ming heard a sound transmitted from the array formation at the front door. Someone was knocking on his door. Millimeter? Who would come looking for me at this time? Lin Ming frowned. Normally speaking, when a Divine Runic Master entered their Divine Runic Room they would spend most of their time in deep concentration. It wasn't polite to suddenly bother them. Moreover, it was late at night so this was even more impolite. Who's here? Xiao Moxian's face was flushed red. She grabbed her night clothes from a nearby counter and covered her perfectly shaped body. She had come to Lin Ming's room many times and there had never been a visitor before. I have no idea. Lin Ming stood up, dressed himself, and walked over to open the front door. With a creaking sound the stone door opened and the alluring figure of a sexy beauty stood on the other side. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. Sir Lin. Although Suya felt that this situation was extremely awkward and embarrassing, she still revealed a charming smile. At this time, Suya wore a light pink nightdress that exposed a blinding amount of snow-white skin. Her plunging neckline was so deep that it exposed the top of her gauzy negligée and one could make out her exquisite thighs and curves. To appear at night with such seductive clothing, most men would feel their blood boiling by now. So it's Miss Suya. Lin Ming could approximately guess what Suya came here for but he didn't reveal any of his thoughts. He simply stood at the entrance and asked with a smile, "What is Miss Suya here for?" Sensing Lin Ming's not quite welcoming smile, Suya thought little of it. Instead, she cast him a charming look and said in a soft and breathy voice, "Sir Lin, will you not ask me to enter?" To ask such a question at such a time and place with these clothes and with such an alluring tone, there was no man that would refuse her. However, Suya never thought that at this time, a young woman's voice would echo out in response, "It's not too convenient for you to come in now." Following this voice, a black-clothed young woman walked out from behind Lin Ming, a playful smile hanging on her voice. She said in a whimsical tone, "Oh, isn't it Miss Suya? What? Why are you here so late? Are you looking for my Lin Ming for some reason?" Xiao Moxian emphasized the words my Lin Ming, clearly demonstrating a taste of her power here. Seeing Xiao Moxian, Suya's smile froze. She didn't think that Xiao Moxian would also be here. Moreover, with the faint blush that was covering Xiao Moxian's face as well as the light scent coming from the room, Suya could already guess what was happening inside. This left Suya speechless. What sort of coincidence was this? In ordinary times, with Suya's pride, she would have already turned and left upon seeing such a scene. But today was her unlucky day. With the Extreme Star Command pushing down on her, she had to obtain an answer as soon as possible. The fires of war that blazed on the front lines would not wait for her. She barely managed to maintain her smiling face as she said, "Oh, isn't it Miss Xiana? The last time I saw you I felt that Xiana's looks and beauty were astonishing. You truly left a deep impression on me." Suya was overjoyed that she remembered Xiao Moxian's name from somewhere, otherwise things would have been even more awkward. However, Xiao Moxian remained indignant, clearly not falling for Suya's words. She carelessly said, "I truly admire Miss Suya's loquacious ability to communicate. For Miss Suya to say such fake words, it's as if our last meeting had a happy ending. On another note, would it trouble you to not call me Xiana? I'm not too familiar with you, and hearing you call me that is quite disgusting for me, and embarrassing for you." As Xiao Moxian spoke, she looked down to stare at the proud twin peaks that were exposed through Suya's flimsy garments. She chuckled and said, "I've already heard rumors that many young Divine Runic Masters in the Divine Runic Masters Guild were enthralled by Miss Suya to the point of being crazed idiots, but now that I see it for myself it seems that these rumors weren't an exaggeration. For you to come to a man's room alone in the middle of the night and with such an appearance, do you think this is appropriate?" Hearing Xiao Moxian's cynical mocking, Suya was nearly angered to death. Just what sort of character was Suya? She had been revered for so many years, and yet today she was being taunted by some young girl and her only choice was to respond with a smile. "It seems that Miss Xiana had some misunderstandings about me. If there was any place where I offended you before, then I, Suya, respectfully apologize to Miss Xiana for any mistakes I made in the past." Suya had already made a full gesture of defeat and Xiao Moxian had no intention of beating up someone that had already fallen to the ground. She smirked and said, "What matters do you have with my Lin Ming tonight?" The truth was that Xiao Moxian also approximately guessed what was happening. She certainly didn't believe that Suya came in the middle of the night to have some sexual rendezvous with Lin Ming, but knew it was because of those nirvanic tribulation flame symbols. It would be impossible for this Suya woman to seduce Lin Ming tonight, especially with her here. "It's a good thing I was here tonight, otherwise only the heavens would know what this succubus would have done," Xiao Moxian thought, her lips curving up in a pleased smile. Seeing the two women quarreling, Lin Ming awkwardly coughed and said, "Miss Suya, please come in and take a seat." Although Lin Ming didn't have any good impression towards this overly proud and arrogant woman, he still needed to go through her to earn contribution points. Lin Ming's words finally resolved Suya's problem. Suya looked at Lin Ming with gratefulness and then entered the room. Lin Ming's room was extremely messy. There were materials piled up and scattered all over with symbol papers thrown about. There was also a large pile of jade slips used for calculations and deductions. The clean and orderly Xiao Moxian originally couldn't stand this chaotic mess. However, she tried not to move these scattered things unless absolutely necessary so she didn't affect Lin Ming's research. To invite a guest into such a messy room was extremely disgraceful to begin with. If a beautiful woman were to come in, she would likely frown and possibly leave. However, as Suya saw this cluttered room and the messy divine runic table, her eyes brightened with a dazzling light. She was also a divine runic master, so she knew what the mess on the divine runic table meant. All of those failed symbol papers and haphazardly placed jade slips meant that Lin Ming was researching something. When a divine runic master did research, they would often consume a massive amount of materials. As for the deductions, they would be written on jade slips. Looking at the divine runic table, There were at least 50 to 60 jade slips piled atop it. These specialized jade slips had an enormous storing capacity. If a massive mortal encyclopedia was stored into a single jade slip, it wouldn't even account for the tip of an iceberg. Suya found it hard to imagine just how many calculations and deductions Lin Ming had made in these past days. Could the improvements of the Havoc Flame symbol have been done by Lin Ming alone? Sir Lin is truly hardworking. No wonder you would have such proud results at such a young age. Suya smiled as she looked at the divine runic symbols and jade slips on the divine runic table. The more she looked, the more startled she was. The failed divine runic symbols were all 5th grade divine runic symbols. Just what was Lin Ming doing? Could he actually be thinking of improving a 5th grade divine runic symbol? Had he gone mad? These thoughts instantly flashed through Suya's mind, making her even more startled. She felt she had to completely reassess the value of this young man before her. "Miss Suya, please speak openly if you have any matters to discuss," Lin Ming said, going straight to the point. "All right, then I won't beat around the bush. Sir Lin, I want to ask you, did the 20 Havoc Flame symbols you turned in for your mission have Sir Lin's surname inscribed onto the bottom right corner?" As Suya asked, although her expression was tranquil, her breathing was heavy. Suya's question was well within Lin Ming's anticipation. He indifferently nodded and said, "That's right." Did the Extreme Star Holy Lands use those divine runic symbols well? Although Suya already had some guesses in her heart, she still held her breath upon hearing Lin Ming's answer. She felt her heartbeat quicken. Yes, it was really him. To revise the Havoc Flame symbol that had been inherited for so many years to such a degree, how had he done it? Yes, they did. As Suya spoke, stormy waves were set off in her heart. It wasn't just her, but even the entire army was in uproar. There were countless squads that were clamoring to obtain a single one of these divine runic symbols. Chapter 1609, Cooperation. Chapter 1609, Cooperation. Lin Ming wasn't surprised by Suya's sudden change in expression. He flicked his hand and took out the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol that he had placed in his spatial ring. At the time, Lin Ming had created 21 flame symbols and delivered 20 of them. "Are you speaking of this?" Lin Ming placed the flame symbol on the divine runic table. Just saying that he was the creator of those divine runic symbols wouldn't be enough to win trust. Taking out evidence would be more persuasive. Seeing this divine runic symbol, Suya's eyes lit up. This was it. This Havoc Flame symbol seemed like it was no different from ordinary Havoc Flame symbols, but it had the terrifying property of being able to be used multiple times. With that property, it became a divine tool for the battlefield. If a small squad of 10 people was provided with a Havoc Flame symbol, just what sort of battles would be possible? With a massive fiery bombardment at the start, the opponent would definitely be left miserable by the opening salvo. Then, they would be encircled and barraged with martial skills and flame symbols. Just who could live through that? Suya took the Havoc Flame symbol and touched a slender finger to the bottom right corner where the Lin character was located. The sharp strokes of the character were like swords, startling Suya. These strokes were exactly the same. She looked up, staring at Lin Ming. A strange feeling percolated in her heart. Just what kind of man was this? When Lin Ming had first accepted the mission to draw up the Havoc Flame symbols, Suya thought that he was only pretending to be able to do so in order to attract her attention. She never would have dreamed that not only would Lin Ming complete the mission but he would also improve the Havoc Flame symbol. She wasn't sure if Lin Ming had made these improvements himself, but she didn't have to be a genius to know that after improving the Havoc Flame symbol, the difficulty would be far higher. Even so, he had still managed to complete them. His likely less than 100 years old, Suya felt all of this to be too incomprehensible. Lin Ming was too abnormal. Let alone a junior that was less than 100 years old, even the higher-level divine runic masters would be unable to accomplish something so heaven-defying. In the quiet divine runic room, Lin Ming sat behind the divine runic table, holding absolute initiative. And facing this Lin Ming that could be called a little brother from a younger generation, Suya had no idea what to say. He already expected I would come here to look for him, Suya immediately thought. As she saw Lin Ming having no intention to speak at all, she finally began to become aware of what he was thinking. Did he want her to speak first? In these types of negotiations, the first to speak would be the one to lose the initiative. However, against Lin Ming, who had such skills, what advantage did Suya have? Strength was momentum. Suya had no way to maintain her previous pride and confidence. To Lin Ming, she could only reveal a flattering smile. She said, "Sir Lin, was that batch of divine runic symbols created by you?" "Yes." Lin Ming had nothing to hide, and this matter couldn't be concealed anyways. So it was true. Suya wasn't surprised. She immediately began to consider how to offer conditions to have Lin Ming cooperate with her. But as she thought about her haughty manner the last time she saw Lin Ming, as well as the dispute she had with Xiao Moxian, Suya really wanted to kick a wall. She had simply cursed herself to death, otherwise why would she need to be so humble and submissive today? These changes were also completed by Sir Lin alone? Suya asked. The changes were made by me. The reason I was able to do so is because the inheritance I study is special. Inheritance? Suya's heart skipped a beat. According to Elder Shui, it seemed that Lin Ming had an extremely powerful master. What was this inheritance that it could cause such abnormal transformation? Even a 7th grade divine runic master was absolutely unable to accomplish this. Suya felt her mood become increasingly unsteady. This Lin Ming was an extraordinary treasure. Whether it was for the Extreme Star Holy Lands or the Divine Runic Masters Guild, it was the same. She couldn't help but ask, "I do not know who Sir Lin's honorable master is." Lin Ming frowned upon hearing this. His voice became much colder as he said, "Miss Suya should also know that every divine runic master has their own inheritance, and the core techniques are something that the master might not even pass down to their apprentice." Is Miss Suya asking this question because you intend to make a secret attack on my inheritances? Lin Ming immediately buckled down, causing Suya to stumble. She said, "I apologize, Sir Lin, I was rude. The reason I am here today is to represent headquarters, which wishes to discuss cooperation with Sir Lin." Suya paid careful attention to Lin Ming's expressions. Speaking with Lin Ming, Suya was being extremely careful. After all, because of her arrogance the last time she spoke with Lin Ming, it would be hard to get along well with him quickly. Seeing Lin Ming not intending to respond, Suya continued to ask, "Sir Lin, may I ask you how many times the Havoc flame symbols you created can be used?" The truth was that when Suya received the Extreme Star command, Extreme Star Heavenly Palace had already done some experiments on their own. Suya only needed to obtain Lin Ming's confirmation as to whether or not every divine runic symbol could reach the same standard. They can probably be used several hundred times. After being used too many times, the divine rune structure will slowly collapse and be destroyed. And in a single battle, this type of divine runic symbol can be activated 4 times at most. Moreover, the last 3 times need the martial artist to pour in a certain amount of energy. After using the divine runic symbol 4 times, the energy within will be exhausted and unable to activate. The divine runic symbol has to charge itself for a period of time before it can be used again. When Lin Ming created the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol, because he had used Nirvanic Fire and Heavenly Tribulation Fire, this caused the flame energy to be too high. When combined with the many modifications of the Azura Heavenly Tao that Lin Ming had added on, this made the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol extremely powerful, to the point that it could kill a peak Holy Lord. But at the same time, the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol placed high requirements on the user. According to Lin Ming's estimates, one needed to be a peak Holy Lord to draw out its full strength. Thus, Lin Ming also made another modification. Using his understanding of the Azura Heavenly Tao, he made it so that the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol released its energy in bursts, greatly extending the lifetime use of the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol as well as reducing the requirements for the user. Lin Ming's data was all similar to the data that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace themselves had gained through testing. This sort of Havoc Flame symbol had been given the price of 400,000 points for a single one. This was also the ideal price that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace wished for. And in fact, when Extreme Star Heavenly Palace issued a mission, they would request 20 symbols. In other words, Extreme Star Heavenly Palace would have to pay Lin Ming 8 million points every time. Suya hesitated and said, Sir Lin, the Extreme Star Holy Lands would like one batch of these improved Havoc Flame symbols. No matter how many, we will take that many, and we will also pay you sufficient rewards.
Oh.
Lin Ming traced his chin. He had already expected this type of mission commission. Currently, the Extreme Star Holy Lands lacked offensive and defensive divine runic symbols. As for pills, they were less pressured for those. Before we speak about this commission, what about the previous account? Lin Ming had a smile on his face. But his words left Suya stunned. The previous account. That's right, Lin Ming was still owed for the 20 Havoc Flame symbols he handed over last time. Suya had wanted to pay 60,000 contribution points, but Lin Ming didn't want that at all. He said that he didn't lack contribution points. It was only now that Suya realized why Lin Ming didn't need contribution points. He thought that 60,000 points was too little and was waiting for this development to occur so he could demand a higher reward. Suya also remembered that Lin Ming had said that perhaps after a month, his total amount of points would reach a considerable number. Lin Ming had already expected that today's events would occur. This left Suya slightly frustrated. She felt that she had been completely crushed by this little brother. I must say, Miss Suya, Xiao Moxian looked at Suya, faintly smiling. I remember that someone said last time that they would never have any intention to look for Lin Ming to create divine runic symbols, right? A month ago, Lin Ming had predicted that there would be people scrambling to ask him to draw up divine runic symbols. But Suya had rudely and needlessly added in, I have no idea who will be scrambling for you to make divine runic symbols for you in the future, but I don't have any intention of doing so. Now that Xiao Moxian mentioned this, Suya was left helpless. Miss Xiana, about last time, I really must apologize. Under the roof of others, one had no choice but to lower their hands. Suya lowered her posture once more. But today I believe I have put forth sufficient sincerity. Sir Lin, what do you think of 250,000 contribution points? Suya used pleading eyes to look at Lin Ming. Her eyes were like autumn pools of water, able to stir one's emotions. She put the initial price at 150,000 contribution points below what headquarters limit had been. This was to keep a bargaining space. Before Lin Ming could speak, Xiao Moxian said, 250,000 points. Your plan is quite well thought out. The divine runic symbols that Lin Ming draws up can be used 200 to 300 times. According to the initial price of 60,000 for 20, every one should be worth 3,000. Then, if you multiply that by 250 times, it should be 750,000 for a single one. Then again, the improved Havoc Flame symbols that Lin Ming creates are even stronger than ordinary flame symbols. Perhaps we don't even want this pitiful amount of money, Xiao Moxian forcefully said. Suya froze. 750,000. According to such a price, if Lin Ming handed over 1,000 divine runic symbols, then they would have to pay 750 million contribution points. If this continued, then Extreme Star Heavenly Palace definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, they had already consumed a massive amount of resources in this war. Although Lin Ming's Havoc Flame symbols could be used 200 to 300 times and were even stronger than ordinary versions, Extreme Star Heavenly Palace still hoped they could obtain a lower price if they bought in bulk. After all, although this improved Havoc Flame symbol had higher techniques behind it, the cost of creating one wasn't necessarily much higher. Sir Lin, Suya knew that quarreling with Xiao Moxian was meaningless. She used begging eyes to look at Lin Ming. The cost of materials will all be taken on by our Extreme Star Holy Lands. Lin Ming's expression was indifferent. Suya's starting price didn't affect him at all. 250,000 for one divine runic symbol, that meant he would need to draw up 12,000 of them to obtain 3 billion points. How long would it take to draw up 12,000 divine runic symbols? It would likely be 2 or 3 years. Lin Ming faintly said, Miss Suya, the truth is that you seem to have made a mistake. My divine runic symbols don't need to be sold to you alone. Do you think that besides your Extreme Star Holy Lands, no one else is willing to pay a higher price? Chapter 1610, Grandmaster Overflow. Chapter 1610, Grandmaster Overflow. Suya was shocked by Lin Ming's words. Indeed, as Lin Ming said, if the Extreme Star Holy Lands wanted to buy those improved Havoc flame symbols, they could only do so from Lin Ming, but Lin Ming didn't necessarily need to sell to them. This sort of improved Havoc flame symbol could be used 200 to 300 times and in a battle could be activated 4 times. This was a heaven-defying special effect. There were many Holy Lord powerhouses that would be willing to buy such a Havoc flame symbol in order to serve as their final trump card. If an early Holy Lord martial artist had this sort of flame symbol, although they might not be able to defeat a middle Holy Lord realm martial artist, it still wouldn't be a problem to protect themselves. If they had to go to a life-or-death mystic realm to adventure and even desperately bet their lives against those other people there, they would absolutely want to buy 1 or 2 of these Havoc flame symbols no matter what the cost was. In addition, these revised Havoc flame symbols had the special attribute of being able to be used multiple times. This was an almost completely unique attribute. There were many divine runic masters that loved to collect all sorts of divine runic symbols who would love to get their hands on one. Moreover, there were many wealthy juniors of powerful influences that would similarly love to possess such a rare divine runic symbol as a point of pride. This was a symbol of status. Thus, even if Lin Ming publicly sold these divine runic symbols, their price would still rapidly reach a horrifying level. Their price might even surpass the accumulated total of 200 to 300 Havoc flame symbols. Thinking of this, Suya knew that perhaps there might not be any transactions. The price that the Extreme Star Holy Lands offered simply wouldn't be enough. She stood up and despairingly said, "Sir Lin, Miss Xiana, I apologize for disturbing you today. I will go back first. Sir Lin, I will come to visit you again in the future." Suya could be called miserable. Her overly large eyes seemed to contain tens of thousands of words, all of them touching. Even Lin Ming, who was used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but acknowledge that Suya was an extraordinary woman. Suya and Xiao Moxian possessed 2 different types of figures. Suya had explosive curves, perfectly round and soft. Although she was a shocking beauty like Xiao Moxian, she possessed a flavor that ordinary women did not have. She constantly attracted the gaze and heat of men, even with the slightest movement. Like this, Suya walked away. From beginning to end, she possessed a feminine beauty, one that was gentle and meek. She seemed completely different from the proud figure that was resting on the couch just a month ago. "Big brother Lin, it seems like you turned her down," Xiao Moxian said after Suya left. "No need to worry, I have too many concerns right now. I have to research how to transform a 5th grade divine runic symbol, and I also have to refine a soul recovery pill for senior divine mist. I don't have much free time. If I have to draw up nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, I'll have to create dozens of them. When something is rare, it becomes far more precious. If I were to sell them at a cheap price, then these nirvanic tribulation flame symbols won't be valuable at all," Lin Ming said. He had already considered this. When a new product came out, no one would know its true price. The true price was artificially created by others. If he sold a small number of nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, then those who bought them would scurry to hype up the price as much as possible so they would have more value. Once the price was higher, they might resell them. As for the next person, they would also have a similar idea. As this process continued, the price would become increasingly high until it even exceeded the original value. Lin Ming would be happy to see such a scene occur. Still night, Suya returned to her own room and opened a long-distance sound transmission array, attempting to send a message to the internal affairs envoy of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, Sage Brightyang. Suya relayed all of her experiences from today. As Sage Brightyang heard this, he frowned. This junior called Lin Ming wants 750,000 contribution points for one. He is insatiably greedy. Sage Brightyang's face darkened. After a period of thought, he sneered and responded, "There is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. That brat probably thinks that we can't live without him. What a naive child. Since he's so greedy, then I won't let him obtain even 1 point." As Sage Brightyang replied, Suya's heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace wanted to do something to Lin Ming, right? Lin Ming was living within the Divine Runic Masters Guild and had an extremely sensitive status to begin with. If Extreme Star Heavenly Palace attacked a member of the Divine Runic Masters Guild without provocation, then they would inevitably suffer backlash from Divine Rune City. This might even cause their alliance to fall apart and both sides to become enemies. After all, kidnapping a Divine Runic Master and forcing them to refine Divine Runic symbols was the absolute most taboo action for all Divine Runic Masters. It was something that all of them loathed, no matter who they were. Moreover, there was said to be a peak Empyrean Master behind Lin Ming. If they were to offend a peak Empyrean level character for a mere improved Havoc Flame symbol, then that would absolutely be saving a little to lose a lot. The foolishness of that decision would be unbelievable. There wouldn't even be a need for the Extreme Star Holy Lands to continue their war. With a peak Empyrean joining the enemy side, their loss would be ensured. Suya didn't feel that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace would do something so reckless. But she was still worried that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace didn't know about Lin Ming's background. She soon obtained an answer. Sage Brightyang's tone was extremely gloomy. We naturally won't do anything to cause enmity with the Divine Runic Masters Guild. But this doesn't mean that we don't have any means to deal with this boy. We've already invited Grandmaster Overflow. Grandmaster Overflow? Suya was stunned. She had heard this name before. In the world of Divine Runic Masters, most Divine Runic Masters were extremely proud and famous, respectable characters that were honored by others. But there were Divine Runic Masters that lived in the dark. These Divine Runic Masters did not research the Divine Runic arts but instead plagiarized the results and accomplishments of others. If someone were to develop an astonishingly valuable Divine Runic symbol, there would naturally be evil individuals that attempted to appropriate these techniques for themselves. After all, these Divine Runic symbols involved a massive amount of benefit. Generally speaking, when a Divine Runic Master drew up a Divine Runic symbol, they would have measures to prevent them from being cracked. Moreover, Divine Runic symbols involved numerous tiny complex runes and structures, as well as a fusion between the Divine Runic symbol itself and the heavenly Tao laws and different fluctuations of weak and strong energy flows. Wanting to recreate a forgery was nearly impossible. But there was one type of Divine Runic Master that specialized in this field. Just like in the mortal world where there were thieves who specialized in picking locks, they were able to open any of them. These types of Divine Runic Masters were loathed by all others. There was no Divine Runic Master that wanted the things they carefully researched to be stolen by others. However, when driven by tremendous benefits, there were a number of Divine Runic Masters that would rather become one of the people that lived in the dark. These people had their own inheritances. Of course, these inheritances were especially focused on how to unravel the Divine Runic symbols of others. And this Grandmaster Overflow was a Grandmaster-level character amongst all Dark Divine Runic Masters. According to what Suya knew, Grandmaster Overflow was a peak 6th grade Divine Runic Master. If he had chosen to focus his efforts on the orthodox path, then he would have obtained great results. But as someone of the dark path, Grandmaster Overflow was known as a person who could open any lock. The only problems to him were time and cost. Although many Divine Runic Masters had their own ultimate final technique, Grandmaster Overflow didn't have a liking for these. After all, in order to crack open the secrets of a Divine Runic symbol, one needed to consume a massive amount of rare and precious materials as well as a variety of costly array formations. The total cost could leave one dumbfounded. Unravel. If we can really unravel the secrets to this improved Havoc Flame symbol, then the advantages to our Extreme Star Holy Lands will be tremendous, Suya thought. She didn't know why, but she felt something strange in her heart. In her short moment of contact with Lin Ming just now, she didn't know why, but that youth had become unfathomably deep and unpredictable. Would Grandmaster Overflow be able to unravel Lin Ming's Divine Runic symbol? Suya knew that with things having reached this point, there was nothing she could do. She could only calmly wait in her area of the mission division and do her own job. 2 days later, Extreme Star Holy Lands. The Extreme Star Holy Lands was located above the Azura Road's Milieu Star Ocean. This star ocean had countless massive 100,000-mile wide islands that floated above it, and although they were called islands, The truth was that they weren't much smaller than continents of some planets. Above these islands was an endlessly dark night. In the skies, there was always an endless ocean of stars that floated across the world. Underneath this endless starlight, there was a deep blue palace floating high in the sky. This was Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. This was the supreme command center of the Extreme Star Holy Lands as well as the residence of the Extreme Star Holy Lands 2 Empyreans. And on this day, the gates of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace opened. As the internal affairs envoy of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, Sage Brightyoung personally waited at the entrance of the Heavenly Palace to greet Grandmaster Overflow. Grandmaster Overflow was a great world king to begin with, and through these years, the wealth he accumulated was unimaginable. Although he was a cruel and infamous individual known for his spite, he still provoked fear and awe in many people. This was the suppressive fear brought by strength. Chapter 16:11, Test. Chapter 16:11, Test. You actually managed to have Grandmaster Overflow come and help. A world king said from beside Sage Brightyoung. This world king was Waking Cloud, a direct disciple of one of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace's 2 Empyreans. Requesting Overflow to help will definitely come with a great price, someone added in after Waking Cloud. Sage Brightyoung said, to this type of divine runic symbol, Grandmaster Overflow will definitely have a great interest. And after he unravels the secrets to creating one, we will definitely have to pay a great price. However, for the techniques behind this sort of divine runic symbol, it is absolutely worth it. As Sage Brightyoung was speaking, a melodious immortal song echoed through the air. A magnificent divine carriage decked in gold and jade shot through the horizon, dragging a brilliant rainbow behind it. This divine carriage was hundreds of feet wide and was several times larger than an ordinary pavilion. It was pulled by 18 dignified ancient great beasts, slowly flying forwards. In front of the divine carriage was a squad of golden-armored warriors leading the way, each one carrying spirit artifacts. And behind the divine carriage were enchanting maids with high martial talents and cultivations, all of them holding various musical instruments. As they flew forwards, music filled the air. At the vanguard of the procession was a spirit boat filled with pretty maids that sprinkled down flower petals, like a cascading river of color fading into the deep. And these flower petals were not ordinary flower petals. Rather, they were considerably expensive spirit flower petals. Just scattering these flower petals was an extremely great wealth. From this alone, one could see how wealthy and opulent the master of the divine carriage was. The divine carriage came to a steady stop before Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. 4 beautiful maids moved forwards and parted the curtains of the divine carriage. Then, an old man in an opulent yellow robe stepped out. This old man had unsightly features but his eyes were razor sharp. He held 2 young concubines to his chest. Without a doubt, this was Grandmaster Overflow. This kind of parade, Waking Cloud was left flabbergasted. Just the flower petals alone cost innumerable origin energy runes. Even an Empyrean traveling outside wasn't too different. Grandmaster Overflow. Sage Brightyoung hurriedly moved forwards to greet him. But Overflow only slightly nodded back and released the 2 concubines from his arms. He lightly said, "My time is valuable. There is no need for any pleasantries." "Good," Sage Brightyoung said, leading Overflow to the best divine runic room in the entire Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. As for Overflow's guards, maids, and concubines, all of them were treated well and asked to wait outside the palace. Extreme Star Heavenly Palace's divine runic room was several miles wide. This giant square was so large because there were all sorts of expensive arrays set up as well as a top-grade divine runic table that seemed like an altar. Above this divine runic table, the runes of multiple array formations shined. After glancing through this facility, Overflow was fairly satisfied. Who created that divine runic symbol? Overflow asked, getting straight to the point. Sage Brightyoung hesitated for a moment. A 3rd-grade divine runic master. Seeing Overflow frown as if he were about to be angry, Sage Brightyoung quickly explained, his divine runic arts level is likely above the 3rd grade, and the current rune structure of the symbol might not have been invented by him either. Overflow coldly coughed. If this was really the work of a mere third-grade divine runic master, then asking him to unravel it was simply an insult. He coldly said, "I hope it is a valuable divine runic symbol. I traveled several 100 million miles to come here and I'd better not be disappointed." Where is the divine runic symbol? Sage Bright Yang immediately took out the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol that Lin Ming had created. From appearances, this divine runic symbol didn't seem any different from an ordinary Havoc flame symbol. Seeing this fourth-grade divine runic symbol, Overflow didn't seem to have any interest. But as he swept his sense through the structure of the divine runic symbol, a brilliant light shined in his eyes. "Hey, this is quite interesting." Overflow was clearly excited. Sage Bright Yang was ecstatic. If this could arouse Grandmaster Overflow's interest, then he would likely treat this not as a mission but as a personal endeavor. He would assuredly put forth 120% of his effort. "Are there the array formations I want?" "Yes." Sage Bright Yang immediately ordered people to start the array formations in this room. These array formations had long been arranged in advance, and all of them were to support one in the divine runic arts. The cost of construction for each one was astronomical. If the cost was exchanged for contribution points of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, then every array formation would be worth at least 10 million points. Although Extreme Star Heavenly Palace was considerably wealthy, they only arranged these array formations in a single divine runic room. Sage Bright Yang embarrassedly said, "We only have conventional array formations, we don't have specialized unraveling array formations. I must ask Grandmaster Overflow for help in setting them up." Overflow laughed and proudly said, "This is natural. These unraveling array formations are all a specialty of my career, you naturally wouldn't know of them. These dark divine runic masters made their living by plagiarizing and stealing the work of others. But, when it came to their own techniques and inheritances, they would keep them hidden watertight, never revealing their secrets to others. If anyone wanted to steal their techniques, they would go all out against them." Grandmaster Overflow took out a dozen-plus array discs from his spatial ring and placed them on the massive divine runic table. Overflow was extremely careful in his actions. Each array disc was crafted from materials worth tens of millions of points. Moreover, the array discs also involved a variety of secret techniques. These array discs could be called Overflow's specialty treasures. After Overflow spread out all the array discs, Sage Bright Yang and the others drew back and used crystal balls to observe what was happening. They didn't want to disturb Grandmaster Overflow. "He's so professional." Someone praised from behind Sage Bright Yang. "That's right, the professionalism is completely different. Just those array discs that the Grandmaster took out are more expensive than the entire 7th grade divine runic room we prepared. Lord Internal Affair Envoy's move is quite wonderful. As long as we succeed, then we'll have saved a tremendous expense for Extreme Star Heavenly Palace and will also have gained a top divine runic symbol technology. With this amazing battlefield weapon in our hands, no one will dare to move against our Extreme Star Heavenly Palace." Listening to this person, Sage Bright Yang faintly smiled. He said, "Just who is this and just what is he doing?" "Grandmaster Overflow is a peak dark divine runic master. With him helping us, our plan of copying that technology is almost assured success. We only need to wait for the good news. I estimate that he should finish in around 10 days. As Extreme Star Heavenly Palace launched their offensive to copy Lin Ming's divine runic symbol, it was finally becoming known by others that these improved Havoc flame symbols made by Lin Ming were able to be used multiple times. Moreover, it was also learned that the true name of these divine runic symbols was actually Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol. However, these were merely rumors spread from the frontlines and there was no way to measure the veracity of these claims. As for one of the few insiders, Suya definitely wouldn't spread such news for Lin Ming. The members of the Divine Runic Masters Guild were all highly accomplished in the divine runic arts. They all knew how difficult it was to create a divine runic symbol that could be used multiple times. Their knowledge and experience made them doubt such an unbelievable matter. All of this led to the scene today. A group of divine runic masters waited in a test room of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. They surrounded an illusory magic array, waiting to see the destructive might of this nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. Seeing was believing. Through this array formation test, they could confirm the truth. Lin Ming was also in this test room. He held a nirvanic tribulation flame symbol in his hand, the one that he had created a month ago. Lin Ming, you brat, you're always up to some tricks. Old Shuai had arrived with his good friend Old Su. The two of them had also heard the rumors, and although they felt it was a bit incredible, since it concerned Lin Ming, they already half believed it subconsciously. Old Su traced his chin. He couldn't help but ask, I heard that your nirvanic tribulation flame symbol could be used multiple times. How many times is that? Old Su cared most about the number of times that the divine runic symbol could be used. Lin Ming faintly smiled, you'll find out after the test. Lin Ming didn't waste his time with idle chatting. After several dozen people finally gathered in the room, he walked into the center of the array formation and activated it. At this time, Lin Ming saw Suya. Today's Suya was dressed much more conservatively. She wore a windproof coat with a high collar. Even so, her explosive figure still struggled to escape the confines of her clothing. Suya faintly smiled as she saw Lin Ming glance at her. She knew that Lin Ming planned to establish the reputation of the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol and then sell it for a high price. Today's array formation test would pave the way for that high price. Chapter 1612, Copy. Chapter 1612, Copy. After the testing array formation activated, dozens of ancient vicious beast simulations conjured up by the illusory magic array appeared. These vicious beasts surrounded Lin Ming, their strengths ranging from the divine transformation realm to the world king realm. These were merely living targets. Although they had defensive capabilities similar to real vicious beasts, they were not aggressive at all. Facing these ancient vicious beasts, Lin Ming calmly activated the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. For a time, Tao patterns of the Azura heavenly Tao wove in the air. With a terrifying explosion, flames swept out like a tide. Dozens of ancient vicious beasts were swallowed up by the flames. Over 90% of the vicious beasts were instantly reduced to ash, with only several of them surviving the carnage. Of the surviving vicious beasts, some were severely burnt. But there were also several vicious beasts equal to the human late Holy Lord realm or peak Holy Lord realm, and even a World King level vicious beast that wasn't injured at all. In particular, that World King level armored forest dragon still stood tall and proud in the skies, its scales not damaged even the slightest bit. Seeing this destructive power, Old Shuai didn't even need to look at the data. He immediately judged the strength of the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol in Lin Ming's hands. This is a Holy Lord level 2-star destructive power. It's slightly better than an excellently crafted Havoc flame symbol, about a star higher. It's quite good. Old Su nodded. Before anyone else could make their judgments, with Lin Ming's right hand as the center, the numerous Tao patterns of the Azura heavenly Tao rapidly condensed, manifesting back into a new nirvanic tribulation flame symbol in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming didn't pause. Brilliant flames erupted once more. Another explosive sound occurred. Beside Lin Ming, a terrifying detonation blew up once more. Lin Ming had activated the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol a second time. All of the several remaining ancient vicious beasts were sucked up into the flames. Sorrowful howls filled the air. The late Holy Lord and peak Holy Lord level vicious beasts were charred black by the flames. The second time came so fast. Although the people present had heard that the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol could be used continuously, they never imagined that the gap between uses would be so short. But this was only the start. Following this, the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol within Lin Ming's hand exploded for a third time. As the creator of the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol, Lin Ming was the person most familiar with the runic structure within it. Combined with his understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao as well as his achievements in the 7th level concept of the fire laws, using the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol came as easily as breathing. Normally, a martial artist could use the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol 4 times before the energy within it exhausted itself. Then, the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol would need time to recover energy for its next use. But Lin Ming simply didn't need to do this. As Lin Ming used the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol, he continued to fill it with new energy. The flames used to create the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol were Lin Ming's Tribulation Fire and Xiao Moxian's Nirvanic Fire. Currently, Lin Ming had these two types of flames. Thus, within Lin Ming's hand, the power displayed by this Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol had an essential difference compared to when it was placed in someone else's hands. Bang! 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 Within the array formation, a terrifying explosion lit up the world every 2 breaths of time. That dreadful sea of flames swept through the entire array formation. If it weren't for the protection of that array formation, the entire testing room would have been ruined by the terrifying explosions. Lin Ming activated the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol again and again. Although this flame symbol was constantly absorbing Lin Ming's energy, Lin Ming's strength wasn't comparable to a 2-star Holy Lord level attack. To him, keeping up a barrage of this level wasn't anything at all. This was just a well-trained martial artist doing hundreds of push-ups without being exhausted. Beneath the wild canopy of explosions, besides the World King level ancient beast, every single other vicious beast had been swallowed up by the flames and destroyed. This scene left all of the other divine runic masters present speechless. In particular Suya, her eyes were as wide as full moons and she couldn't find the words to describe this. She had read the test reports that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace had sent her about the Nirvanic Flame Tribulation flame symbol. It was true that this flame symbol could be used multiple times, but every 4 times it was used it needed to recharge. It was impossible for it to perform like it did with Lin Ming today, continuously striking out without missing a beat. Perhaps this wasn't just because Lin Ming was the creator of the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol but also because of Lin Ming's terrifying strength. She finally became faintly aware that this youth in front of her, in terms of divine runic arts or strength, had far surpassed her imagination. Right now it was impossible for her to estimate him. His depths were completely concealed, absolutely airtight. Elder Shui. Lin Ming, is he really less than 100 years old? Suya glanced at old Shui. Everything related to Lin Ming had been told to her by old Shui. His skeletal age indicated so. I think he wouldn't be so bored as to fake this. Old Shui licked his lips. Over the years he had seen many incidents of a monstrous genius occur around Lin Ming. It was hard for anything Lin Ming did to surprise him now. Suya sucked in a deep breath, at a loss for words. She suddenly felt that it was a laughable matter when she looked at Lin Ming like he was a little brother. The explosions within the array formation were like a violent storm, continuing without a hint of dying down. Everyone was keeping quiet count of this intense bombardment in their hearts. Now, after an incense stick of time, more than 100 explosions had occurred. Even that final World King level beast was struck into bloody shape by the barrage of attacks. It howled again and again. Its scales were swallowed up by those destructive flames and a great deal of its flesh was burnt black. Could it be that Lin Ming can burn the World King level ancient vicious beast to death? This thought flashed through the minds of many people present. A human could not compare to the defensive abilities of an ancient vicious beast. Even the bodies of the saints, in terms of defense, were slightly worse than vicious beasts. And now, in this situation, it seemed that Lin Ming would really be able to annihilate this vicious beast. By this time, the number of explosions had risen to over 200. This World King level armored forest dragon was already burnt into a miserable appearance. A large number of red bones had been exposed and also scorched black by the flames. Finally, with a miserable wail it fell to the ground, surrounded by flames. With a slight cracking sound, the armored forest dragon turned into endless motes of light and vanished. Like this, all of the vicious beasts within the array formation had been completely destroyed by Lin Ming's Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol. How terrifying, even that World King level vicious beast was killed. This is only a 4th grade divine runic symbol. Although Lin Ming had relied on multiple attacks to achieve this, to use a 4th grade divine runic symbol to kill a World King vicious beast was far too amazing. Ordinarily speaking, only a 6th grade divine runic symbol could accomplish his. Within the array formation, even though all of the vicious beasts had disappeared, the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol within Lin Ming's hands continued to explode another 150 sometimes. Only then did the sea of flames finally die down before vanishing. Thus, the test had ended. 412 times. After the flames within the array formation dissipated, some people spouted out this number. How was this testing divine runic symbols? This was more like setting off firecrackers. Many divine runic masters looked at each other and gulped. They heard that Lin Ming had created a nirvanic tribulation flame symbol that could be used multiple times, but they never imagined this would be over 400 times. The price of a havoc flame symbol was at the top of 4th grade divine runic symbols. If the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol was equal to 400 some havoc flame symbols, then he was rich. Many people soon realized this, and Suya was no exception. She sighed. When Extreme Star Heavenly Palace had done their own tests, the upper limits of use was only 200 to 300 times. The reason that Lin Ming could use it over 400 times was clearly because he understood the runic structure of the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. I wonder how headquarters copying plan is coming along. Suya thought as she watched Lin Ming walk down from the testing array formation, his face not even slightly reddened. An inexplicable feeling of dread appeared in her heart. She feared that this nirvanic tribulation flame symbol wasn't as simple as it seemed. If Lin Ming dared to put it forth in such a grandiose manner, would it truly be so easy to copy? This Lin Ming. I really have no idea what depths he is hiding. Suya was increasingly awed by Lin Ming. And at this time, Lin Ming revealed a toothy smile as he asked, "Everyone, is there anyone that would like to buy this nirvanic tribulation flame symbol? I only accept contribution points. You can purchase one alone or in batches. The highest bid wins." With these words, the entire audience of divine runic masters was left stunned. At this time, 100 million miles away, in Extreme Star Heavenly Palace's 7th grade divine runic room, Grandmaster Overflow had been locked in battle with this nirvanic tribulation flame symbol for the last 2 days and 1 night. During this time, Grandmaster Overflow didn't rest at all. He sat motionless in front of the divine runic table, using all sorts of methods to analyze this 4th grade divine runic symbol, from the start where he didn't expect much at all, to the time when his interest was aroused by the unique structure of this divine runic symbol, and now through 2 days of battling, Grandmaster Overflow's complexion became increasingly dignified. He could clearly feel that this nirvanic tribulation flame symbol was unusually troublesome. However, the more difficult things were, the more it stirred his fighting spirit. He believed that he was amongst the best rune breakers within the profession of dark divine runic masters. In this world, besides 7th grade divine runic symbols which were only a problem because of the limit of his cultivation, there was nothing he couldn't unravel. Whether it was a 4th grade, 5th grade, or 6th grade divine runic symbol, he could open any lock. These were the thoughts in Overflow's mind. He was a considerably prideful person. And now, Overflow had already been defeated by this 4th grade divine runic symbol many times. At this time, 2 jade slips were placed in front of him. All sorts of calculations and deductions were recorded within these 2 jade slips. Overflow used his special inheritance to analyze the rune structure of the divine runic symbol. Every time he did so, he had to make a massive number of calculations. However, the results obtained from these deductions left Overflow feeling strange. He didn't know whether or not these results were right, and just what he could draw up if he followed these results. Chapter 1613, Array Destruction. Chapter 1613, Array Destruction. This improved havoc flame symbol was something that Overflow had never seen before. He had lived for several 100,000 years, and through this long period of time he had come into contact with all sorts of strange divine runic symbols. Even so, he had never cracked apart such strange law lines before. The more Overflow calculated, the more hesitant he became. With a deep breath, Overflow put the jade slip to the side. There were some things he had to confirm. Overflow took up a red, square-shaped array disc from the side. This one was only a square foot, but it was the most precious of his array discs. If this array disc was converted to contribution points of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, it might be worth around 60 million contribution point. When analyzing the structure of a divine runic symbol in order to crack it open, A martial artist needed more than their soul force and sense, they also needed to rely on the power of array formations. This was because the energy structure of a divine runic symbol was compressed within the tiny runes. One had to strip away the tiny runes in order to prove the internal structure. And this red array disk was able to play such a role. It could simulate a stable force field that slowly and steadily separated each tiny rune. Facing this fourth-grade divine runic symbol, Overflow was extremely patient. It had been over 100,000 years since he had analyzed a fourth-grade divine runic symbol. Not even a fifth-grade divine runic symbol was able to arouse his interest. What Overflow cracked was only sixth-grade divine runic symbols, and they also had to be the work of a grandmaster. After gently placing a top-grade soul crystal into the red array disk, the array formation within began to activate. Among the spiriters, the value of a soul crystal was similar to a 9-sun jade. This top soul crystal was equal to 10 ordinary soul crystals. In other words, it was equal to 10 9-sun jades. This was a considerable price to pay in order to activate the array disk. However, in order to ensure the precision of the array formation, Overflow used the best materials. And as long as materials were used for the purposes of cracking open the divine runic symbol, they would be paid for by the extreme star Holy Lands. Just one array disk wasn't enough. Overflow hesitated for a moment and then took out another. This array disk was slightly less valuable than the first, but it still cost about 30 million contribution point. The use of this array disk was to simulate and imitate. But in the simulation process, one needed to use an extremely precious material called ripple sand. This ripple sand would be melted into liquid, and the liquid would be used as ink for the array disk to draw up a copy. And each portion of this material was worth around 5 million contribution points. Every time Overflow conducted a test, he would need half a portion of ripple sand. Like this, under the support of all sorts of precious materials and expensive array disks, Overflow's analyzing process began. As the two array disks floated in the air, they released dazzling lights. Outside of the divine runic room, Sage Bright Young and the others were completely focused on everything that was occurring. They hadn't left at all in the last 2 days. It had to be known that all the materials Overflow used were provided by the extreme star Holy Lands. In this situation, they definitely didn't dare to leave. Now that Sage Bright Young saw all these resources being slowly consumed in front of him, his lips twitched as he found the scene extremely distressing. The extreme star Holy Lands had already invested 70 to 80 million contribution points so far, and as this analyzing process continued, it would likely break through 100 million and continue even higher. Perhaps they would need to spend 400 to 500 million points before coming close to cracking Lin Ming's work. You must spend money to make money, without risk there is no reward. Sage Bright Young grit his teeth, comforting himself like this. As long as they could unlock this nirvanic flame tribulation symbol, then it would be worth the investment. Not only would they experience a favorable turn in the war, but the extreme star Holy Lands would profit immeasurably in the future. As Sage Bright Young was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Grandmaster Overflow's sound transmission echo in his ears. Quickly bring a martial artist that understands the 7th level concept of fire to be my assistant. The faster the better. Fire, 7th level concept. Sage Bright Young was stunned. What was this for? Don't dawdle around. The creator of this divine runic symbol has reached the 7th level fire laws, and the flames he uses are extremely strange. Go ask your heavenly palace to bring the one with the highest achievements in the fire laws to come. Immediately, Overflow was skilled in analysis. He analyzed that the flame energy textures within the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol and the profound skill and perfection within those fire patterns left him shocked and in fear. It's actually 2 types of destructive flames, and the grades of both flames are extremely high. Just how did he perfectly fuse these 2 types of flames together? As Overflow was lost in thought, Sage Bright Young was filled with doubts. The creator of this divine runic symbol was Lin Ming, and Lin Ming was someone that understood the 7th level concept of fire. Just how was that possible? He wasn't even 100 years old. But doubts were only doubts. Sage Bright Young soon found the martial artist with greatest attainments in the fire laws within Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. This person was his High Master, a half-step Empyrean powerhouse. Within Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, this person was among the top 10 ranking characters. His achievements in the fire laws had reached the peak of the 7th level concept and even touched upon the mysteries of the 8th level concept. Sage Bright Yang could affirm that this person's ability to control flames was countless times better than Lin Ming's. Good, not bad. Seeing the one arriving, Overflow was more than satisfied. A half-step Empyrean was not an ordinary individual. Just by standing there, he faintly affected the laws around him, creating a terrifying pressure. With this sort of assistance, Overflow felt his chances of success were much higher. Carefully release the flames and pour all of your understanding of the fire laws into the flame. Overflow rapidly ordered. At the same time, he activated all sorts of expensive array formations on the divine runic table. He was going to start attempting to copy the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol. Only by attempting to copy some of the tiny runes would Overflow know whether or not his analysis was correct. The array formations of a 7th grade divine runic room were extraordinary. With just a thought, the materials were all processed and completed by the array formations. Then, with Overflow moving them with his soul force, they began to slowly condense into tiny runes. At this time, Overflow picked up both array discs. He placed the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol that Lin Ming created above the array disc on his left hand, and on the array disc above his right hand, a replica began to rapidly form. Overflow used his horrifying soul force intensity to conduct all of this. The reason he called an assistant here was to control the flames to his satisfaction. Everything here was perfect. My analysis of the structure is correct, Overflow said with a dry mouth. His eyes shined with an increasingly bright light. As long as he could correctly analyze the rune structure, then sooner or later he would be able to unlock this divine runic symbol. And, Overflow had already confirmed over 2 days that the value of this divine runic symbol was absolutely that of a priceless treasures. If he could unravel the principles behind it, then in the future he could apply these principles to other divine runic symbols. For a 4th grade divine runic symbol to be used 200 to 300 times couldn't be considered too amazing. But, what about a 5th or even 6th grade divine runic symbol? That was an unimaginable wealth. These distracting thoughts only appeared for a fleeting moment. Overflow quickly focused all of his concentration on the copying process, lest a single mistake occur midway. But at this time, Overflow ran into something that felt wrong as he was in the copying process. This wrong feeling didn't come from the tiny runes of the divine runic symbol, but came from the Azura Heavenly Tao. The Azura Heavenly Tao does not fit. No, I have already made a copy of the tiny rune structure, so this is proof that I didn't make a mistake. How come the Azura Heavenly Tao doesn't fit? This is impossible. Overflow's eyebrows shot up. This was unbelievable. His deduction process was perfect. For him to copy it to this point proved this. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the structure of tiny runes to take shape. However, there had been a major problem when fusing together the Heavenly Tao. I won't believe this. Beads of sweat began dripping down from Overflow's forehead. He didn't believe he was wrong. He continued on, insisting no matter what. After drawing up the tiny rune structure, he tried to forcefully fuse the Azura Heavenly Tao laws into it. And at this time, the 2 array discs in his hands began to violently tremble. Overflow's mind shook. Before he could respond, the tiny rune structure copy exploded. This wasn't just an explosion of materials, there was also a backlash of the Azura Heavenly Tao patterns that Overflow had been trying to control. Capture. With a heart-rending shriek, Overflow's complexion dramatically changed. He watched helplessly as the raging Azura Heavenly Tao brutally shattered those 2 priceless array discs in half. Even the array formations above the divine runic table began disintegrating because of the impact of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Once the first explosion occurred, a series of ripple effects swept out. In that moment, the entire divine runic table seemed as if it had been swept into a storm and left in an utter mess. At least 4 or 5 array formations had been destroyed, and even 4 of the array discs that Overflow brought had been shattered. Overflow froze. his complexion becoming increasingly dark. He stared blankly at the array discs in his left and right hands, unable to accept everything that just happened. His most precious array discs, the tools to his livelihood, had been destroyed like this. In that explosion just now, according to the standards of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, he had lost at least 100 million contribution point. Not only were Overflow's losses serious, but the truth was that the Extreme Star Holy Lands had lost a great deal too. The array formations on the Divine Runic table each had a dreadful construction cost, not much cheaper than Overflow's array discs. With 4 or 5 array formations exploding, the Extreme Star Holy Lands would need to pay up nearly 100 million contribution point. Contributions needed to pay traded through materials, pills, and other such things. They were extremely precious. As the explosion occurred, Sage Brightyoung's High Master was standing at the side. But he could only watch helplessly on as this occurred, unable to stop it. Although the power behind the explosion wasn't too high, it was still caused by the Azura Heavenly Tao. Moreover, because it happened within the array formations, it was impossible to prevent. Unless one thoroughly understood the Azura Heavenly Tao, it didn't matter how high their cultivation was. And at this time, the doors to the Divine Runic Room burst open. Sage Brightyoung, who had by this time already lost his composure, rushed in. He looked at the chaotic Divine Runic table with a pale face, his body shivering, unable to say a single word. Chapter 1614, 1 billion point reward. Chapter 1614, 1 billion point reward. Sage Brightyoung took quick inventory of the losses. 230 million point array formations had exploded, as well as 310 million point array formations. In addition, a massive number of tools and rare and precious materials were destroyed. These losses left Sage Brightyoung bleeding in his heart. For this last year, the Extreme Star Holy Lands had been at war and had spent a massive amount of resources. Now, the entire Holy Land was having trouble distributing resources. As a result of that brief moment just now, 100 million points had been lost. If these 100 million points were changed into divine runic symbols, just what sort of war strength would that be? Moreover, this operation of cracking apart the divine runic symbol was proposed and led by Sage Brightyoung. He had already made an oath to the Vice Palace Master that he would absolutely break the divine runic symbol, otherwise he would be punished. Even searching for help, the distribution of materials, the requisition of the 7th grade Divine Runic Room, everything had been handled by Sage Brightyoung. He originally thought that everything would be a success and he would be able to obtain a great merit. As for himself, he would have received tremendous advantages in this mission. However, he never imagined things would develop to such a point. If he couldn't unravel the divine runic symbol and also had such great losses, he definitely couldn't take responsibility for this failure. Thinking of this, Sage Brightyoung's face turned liver red. As he looked at Overflow, he wished that he could slap this moron to death. Overflow, this is all because of you. You said that there was no lock you couldn't unlock. Array formations worth 100 million points have been destroyed by you. Sage Brightyoung suppressed the bubbling anger in his heart. He didn't dare to tear down all decorum with Overflow. First, Overflow was considerably strong to begin with, and secondly, he was also depending on Overflow to recoup some of the losses from just now. Although he had already lost all hope that Overflow could unravel the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol, if he were to give up now, then he would be the guilty party here. If Overflow could make any form of progress, then he could at least recover just a little bit of the losses. Seeing Sage Brightyoung's rage-filled eyes, Overflow's complexion turned icy cold. What are you trying to say? My losses were worse than yours. This time I broke apart 4 of my array disk. But all of these experiments were led by you, Sage Brightyoung said, his words becoming increasingly loud and frothy. Yes, I was the one who led them, but you are the one who called me here. Overflow coldly said, not yielding an inch. Stop fighting. At this time, Sage Brightyoung's High Master spoke out. Out of everyone here, he had the highest status. Overflow, is there no chance for you to unravel this divine runic symbol? This High Master also knew how serious today's matters were. Within Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, there were internal struggles for power. There were countless individuals that were eyeing Sage Brightyang's seat as the Internal Affairs Envoy. This was a highly lucrative position. Because of today's matters, it was even possible that he would be dismissed from his position. This was because there were a considerable number of people in Extreme Star Heavenly Palace who advocated to buy divine runic symbols from Lin Ming at an increased price. I don't know. If I can resolve the question as to how to fuse the Azura Heavenly Dao and the tiny runes, then I might be able to succeed. Overflow quietly said. He didn't know just where the error had been and why the Azura Heavenly Dao law lines would have such a violent explosion. I will not provide any more materials or array formations, Sage Brightyang coldly said. Overflow sneered. Then we're done here. The two stood in sharp opposition. Sage Brightyang frowned. If he continued to provide materials, then his gamble would become even larger. If he lost, Sage Brightyang shuddered at the consequences. He looked towards his High Master for help. This High Master couldn't decide on a plan. He thought for a moment and then came up with a compromise. Continue trying to unravel it, but don't do any tests if you can. If you must do tests, don't use any expensive array formations. At this time, within the Divine Runic Masters Guild, after Lin Ming finished his test, many Divine Runic Masters scrambled to purchase a Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol. The price continued to climb. Finally, the price rose to 900,000 contribution points for a single one. This price was already several times the original max price of the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol. If there were 900,000 contribution points, one could buy 300 Havoc flame symbols. And if they bought a Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol, it could only be used 200 to 300 times. Of course, the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol was slightly stronger, and in terms of flexibility 300 Havoc flame symbols were better. At the very least, one didn't need to fill them with energy. Lin Ming, you brat, you're rich now. 900,000 for one, if you make 2 or 3 a day that is 2 million points. Hey, since I looked after you, don't you think you should give me a red envelope for luck? After the price was settled, old Shui slyly grinned at Lin Ming and elbowed him. With so many contribution points, even old Shui was feeling jealous. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Since when did you look after me? Old Shui froze as he heard this. He immediately smiled and said, You silly blind wolf, I was the one who first led you to the mission division. Old Shui spoke with a half-joking tone, but Lin Ming was left speechless. That was considered as having looked after him. However, he didn't doubt that if he really took out a red envelope, this old fellow in front of him definitely wouldn't refuse it. He shook his head. This still isn't enough. Although Lin Ming could make more than 1 or 2 Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols a day, he couldn't do this for 2 or 3 years. This price point wasn't satisfactory to him. It's still not enough. Then how much do you want? Old Shui blew his beard up from shock. Even he couldn't earn points like this, and yet Lin Ming said it wasn't enough. 3 billion. As Lin Ming put forth this number, old Shui felt his heart skip a beat. He suddenly remembered that 4 months ago he had looked over a list of precious materials that Lin Ming had needed. The total price for these materials was around 3 billion contribution point. Old Shui originally thought that Lin Ming had gone mad. After all, not even he could come up with 3 billion points. But now, in just 4 months, although Lin Ming didn't have 3 billion points, he could still easily earn 1 to 2 million contribution points in a day. At this rate, Lin Ming would sooner or later earn 3 billion point. Thinking of this, old Shui was left in a cold sweat. This boy Lin Ming, had he already expected to go through this method to rapidly earn contribution points? If so, then this brat was far too horrifying. This proved that it wasn't an accident when he improved the Havoc flame symbol. It seems you must buy those materials no matter what, old Shui thoughtfully said. Of course. Lin Ming nodded. Even the Divine Runic Masters Guild doesn't have all the materials you are searching for. Some materials must be searched for somewhere else, or you must wait a period of time. What about the treasure fair? Lin Ming suddenly said. When Lin Ming first came to Divine Rune City with Yu Liuxing, he had heard her mention the treasure fair that happened at there. This was an event organized by the trading companies of the Divine Runic Maters Guild and would occur every 3 years. The treasure fair occurred on a vast scale. At that time, all sorts of important figures from the Azura Road would come to display and trade their treasures. Amongst these treasures there would even be priceless valuables that would be publicly auctioned. At that time, all sorts of top-grade pills, divine runic symbols, rare materials, ancient inheritances, flesh and blood of god beasts, Empyrean spirit treasures, transcendent divine mites, and so forth would be sold. And the currency of the treasure fair, besides origin energy runes, was contribution points from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Contribution points were considered the universal currency issued by the Divine Runic Masters Guild. They were considered a better and easier to use currency than the Azura Road's more universal currency, origin energy runes. This was because contribution points could be exchanged for all sorts of rare items from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. As for origin energy runes, they might not be able to buy these things. For those people that came to participate in the treasure fair, as long as they could bring out something that the Divine Runic Masters Guild found valuable, they could change it for an equal amount of contribution points. In the treasure fair there were some items that could only be bought with contribution points. Thus, the participants would usually exchange materials for a massive number of points. Lin Ming expected that he would be able to buy many of the rare materials he needed at the treasure fair. Now, there was still a year until the treasure fair. During this remaining year he had to earn enough wealth so that he wouldn't be stretched for points when he needed it. As Lin Ming was beginning to draw Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols as well as study how to improve a 5th grade divine runic symbol, the Extreme Star Holy Lands had quietly posted a titanic reward. They were recruiting dark divine runic masters from all over with a reward of 1 billion points to crack open the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol. As long as they could accomplish this, then the Extreme Star Holy Lands would share the results with all dark divine runic masters as well as reward those who contributed. Of course, this reward couldn't see the light of day. It was only sent to those who existed in the world of dark divine runic masters. But even the divine runic masters of the Divine Runic Masters Guild had some connections with dark divine runic masters. Thus, this news passed through all sorts of channels and became known by some well-informed individuals within the Divine Runic Masters Guild. They want to unravel the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol. This Extreme Star Holy Lands really doesn't care about face. Within the Divine Runic Masters Guild, some divine runic masters had mocking expressions as they heard this news. No matter how it was said, pirating the achievements of others was extremely disgraceful, especially in the world of divine runic arts. This is a war that relates to the decline and rise of their sect, so what is their face worth in all of this? Lin Ming's Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols are 900,000 points each, so buying 1,000 of them will cost 900 million points. The Extreme Star Holy Lands might not be able to pay such a high price. Moreover, once a soldier with a Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol dies, a situation will appear where they can't use its complete worth. If they can appropriate this new technology for themselves, then they can make as many as they want. And posting a reward is that fastest and most economical way to find people to crack open this divine runic symbol. Some people echoed. These divine runic masters had no obligation to keep a secret for the Extreme Star Holy Lands. After one person knew that a reward was posted, this news spread from one person to 10, from 10 to 100, and soon throughout the entire Divine Runic Masters Guild. This time, Overflow himself is leading the mission. Although his character is corrupt and he is infamous, in terms of unraveling divine runic symbols there is nothing below a 6th grade divine runic symbol that can stop him. If he really can unravel the secrets, then Extreme Star Holy Lands will have gained big. Several divine runic masters discussed. In front of so many benefits, no one could feel relaxed. If the Extreme Star Holy Lands wanted to steal away this massive cake, then there would naturally be people that were jealous. However, they were only jealous. As orthodox divine runic masters, they didn't have any foundation to unravel divine runic symbols, so it was impossible for them. Chapter 1615, Bankrupt Plan. Chapter 1615, Bankrupt Plan. News about the Extreme Star Holy Lands posting a reward soon spread throughout the entire Divine Runic Masters Guild. Even the gate guards and floor sweepers knew about it. As for Suya, she had been uneasily pacing back and forth in her section of the mission division, as if something were heavily weighing down on her mind. Luckily, she didn't see Lin Ming these days, otherwise she would have no idea how to face him. These matters also entered into Lin Ming's ears, but he didn't care about it at all. When he drew up the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols, he hadn't even left behind any specialized anti-forgery tiny runes. He guessed that these dark divine runic masters had the ability to crack the method by which he had drawn up the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol, and they could even find top fire attribute martial artists to simulate the effect of the heavenly tribulation flames and Nirvanic flames. However, no matter what they tried, they wouldn't be able to unravel the Azura heavenly Tao. That was the foundation for Lin Ming creating the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols. As Lin Ming grew stronger and stronger over the years, he increasingly discovered just how heaven-defying the functions of the Azura Sutra were, and this was in a situation where he only obtained a single remnant volume of the Azura Sutra. If he were to collect all of them, it was unknown just what effects there would be. This also caused Lin Ming to increasingly anticipate the final smelting trial. He wondered, just what had the Azura Roadmaster left behind in the final trial? As these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, he no longer thought about them. He instead devoted his full time and concentration to drawing up the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols. In this period of time, Lin Ming had only produced 30 Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols. He was well aware that the more rare something was, the more precious it became. On the other hand, if he drew up too many things, then it would instead become less valuable. Currently, Lin Ming was selling Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols at a fixed price of 900,000 contribution points. And whenever he put one up for sale, it would be nearly immediately grabbed up. And on the outside, the true price of the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol actually rose to beyond 1,000,000 points, and the supply still fell far short of demand. Like this, Lin Ming would only draw up 2 Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols every day. By doing this, he could save a tremendous amount of time and use it to research how to transform a 5th-grade divine runic symbol. Time slowly passed. Without knowing it, 3 months flew by. In these 3 months, Lin Ming had earned 55 million contribution points. But, in order to transform a 5th-grade divine runic symbol, he had to use up a massive amount of materials. Moreover, many of these materials were extremely precious and had to be purchased with points. On this alone, Lin Ming spent over 8 million contribution points. From this day, there was still 9 months until the treasure fair. Lin Ming had less than 55 million points. With this tiny amount of wealth, wanting to win anything in grand auctions at this treasure fair would be a futile gesture. Calculating the numbers, Lin Ming had to spend the rest of his time earning as many points as he could. Otherwise, if a rare material appeared that he needed but he couldn't afford, he wouldn't even have time for regret. Whether it was drawing up a divine runic symbol or researching how to transform a 5th-grade divine runic symbol, he had to fuse the Azura heavenly Tao laws, so it was impossible to carry on this process in a time enchantment, because time enchantments twisted the surrounding laws. In other words, Lin Ming truly had 9 months remaining. At this time, Suya was sitting behind her lonely counter in the mission division, her mood extremely poor. This was because news of the Extreme Star Holy Lands posting a reward for dark divine runic masters had spread out, placing her in a very awkward position. Although it could be said that the Extreme Star Holy Lands cracking open the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol had nothing to do with the overwhelming majority of divine runic masters, these methods were abhorred by almost all divine runic masters. Her association with this caused Suya's area in the mission division to be much lonelier than usual. Luckily, the internal affairs envoy at Extreme Star Heavenly Palace responsible for leading the assignment to unravel the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol had drawn all attention to himself, making it so that Suya's mission wasn't as urgent and giving her a moment to catch her breath. Have you heard the news? The 7th-grade divine runic room at the Extreme Star Holy Lands had another explosion occur. It seems that many array formations blew apart. In a corner of the mission hall, many divine runic masters were talking amongst themselves in a low voice as they sipped on tea. Suya was considerably strong herself and her hearing was top-notch. She naturally heard what they were speaking about. There was an explosion in the Extreme Star Holy Land's 7th grade Divine Runic Room. Suya felt her heart fall to her stomach. She lowered her head and listened carefully. She had yet to hear of this matter because no one had informed her. There was an explosion? Why? That was because a long time before the billion-point reward was posted, there had already been an explosion. Otherwise, why do you think the Extreme Star Holy Lands would put forth such an astronomical reward to gather so many dark divine runic masters to crack open the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol? This is because they had been defeated in their first attempt, and now with the Divine Runic Room exploding once more, they failed again. How do you know this? Well, I have a friend who is a dark divine runic master. You know, I've tried urging him to follow the correct path and stop wasting his time and energy with that garbage, but he doesn't heed my advice. So that's how it is. If this news came directly from a dark divine runic master, then it was likely true. Incredible. Simply incredible. I can't imagine just how this Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol was produced. Overflow leads a team of dark divine runic masters and yet even he can't succeed. It's far too odd. When the members of the Divine Runic Masters Guild heard that the Extreme Star Holy Lands had put forth a sky-high reward of 1 billion points to unravel the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol, they felt a bit sorry for Lin Ming. They thought that the achievements he worked so hard on would be stolen by others. But they never imagined that such a powerful lineup of dark divine runic masters would not only fail to accomplish anything but instead blow up the entire Divine Runic Room. Incredible. Don't look down on Lin Ming just because he's young. It's like his inheritance comes from an entirely different branch of thought and his inheritances are different from ours. This Lin Ming has a master who has reached an incredible boundary. If his master were to ever come out, then he would likely be the most revered divine runic grandmaster in the entire Azura Road. His status would be unshakable and not even an influence like the Extreme Star Holy Lands would dare to do anything to Lin Ming. I suspect that Lin Ming's master is even fiercer than the Palace Master of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. No one doubted that Lin Ming had a ridiculously powerful master. If it were martial arts inheritances, then one could adventure through ancient ruins left by powerful masters and obtain their inheritance jade slips and heavenly materials to rise up to the top alone. But this was impossible with the divine runic arts. This was because one had to have a master teaching them personally. There was no meaning in just perusing through jade slips. Thus, even if Lin Ming stood up and said that he had no master and had taught himself, no one would believe it. Disregarding Lin Ming's master, Lin Ming himself has an unfathomably high degree of talent. I just learnt that Lin Ming had obtained the qualifications to become a third-grade divine runic master over 20 years ago, and at that time he was less than 60 years of age. Elder Shui and Elder Su had 2 young apprentices that participated in the same examination as Lin Ming, and the results were as different as the heavens and earth. During that examination, Lin Ming tested straight to a third-grade divine runic master. After Lin Ming became famous, many people began to look up his background and history. They also dug up the fact that Lin Ming had become a third-grade divine runic master before he was 60 years of age. When these divine runic masters heard this, all of them were stunned speechless. To them, becoming a third-grade divine runic master was something that happened when they were several hundred years old. Overflow and his group, as well as the Extreme Star Holy Lands, only have themselves to blame. They wanted to crudely unravel the results of the research of others like deluded idiots, and now they can't even recoup their initial investment. These people spent a full 3 months preparing for this experiment, and yet even though they bet everything on this attempt, the result was that it blew up in their faces. Just how many array formations were lost? Didn't they carry on simulations before the test? Some people asked, feeling this all too unbelievable. Overflow was not some common nobody. His talent, if he had chosen to walk the orthodox path, would have quickly allowed him to rise to become the vice president of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Of course they made simulations, and at the time there hadn't been any problems. But as they began the true experiment, there was a problem during the fusion of the Azura Heavenly Tao. They lost control of the process and a storm of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws blew out, causing the divine runic symbol structure to collapse. Everything was uncontrollable after that. Not only did they lose 7 or 8 array formations, but they even lost 3 to 5 array disks. 7 or 8 array formations. Just how many points is that? I heard from my friend that the points lost was this number. The one speaking put forth an exaggerated expression and stretched out 8 fingers. 80 million? No, it can't be. 7 or 8 array formations and 3 to 5 array disks can't be that cheap. It shouldn't be. 800 million. The several divine runic masters looked at each other, horror shining wide in their eyes. That's right, it was 800 million points. After all the costs were added together, including the array formations and array disks from the first failure, as well as all materials used during the last 3 months, this is the total cost. Of course, 800 million is only a number that my friend estimated, but it shouldn't be too far off. And, these points weren't just paid for by the Extreme Star Holy Lands. Overflow also put forth a considerable amount of materials, and most of the shattered array disks were his. Isn't this too exaggerated? The Extreme Star Holy Lands and Overflow had lost way too much. And this is only if they give up. If they continue onwards, then they will lose even more. My friend is already ready to withdraw. He studied this divine runic symbol for 3 months, and the conclusion he came to is that this nirvanic tribulation flame symbol cannot be undone by mortal hands. The reason is that the inheritance of the Creator is far too special. They simply cannot understand it. As the several divine runic masters spoke, they became increasingly loud and boisterous. They became more awed and terrified by the mysteries that surrounded Lin Ming. And, this discussion all fell in Suya's ears. If this news had already spread to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, then it was likely to have occurred yesterday. Even so, she hadn't heard any news. The reason for this was likely not because they were hiding anything from her, but because the matter was far too large and involved the one in charge of leading this mission. All of this led to a chaotic situation within headquarters, and now no one had time to bother with contacting her. As for learning through others that the plan to copy Lin Ming's divine runic symbol had become completely bankrupt, this could only be called ironic. As Suya thought of this, an unspeakable feeling surged up in her heart. She didn't seem surprised at all. Rather, Sage Bright Yang had slapped himself to death this time. And after several quarter hours passed, another Extreme Star Command was sent down to Suya from headquarters. Suya's mind shook. The Extreme Star Command that was sent this time, could it be? As Suya looked through the Extreme Star Command and also saw the person that issued it, she was startled. This Extreme Star Command was issued by a new Internal Affairs Envoy. In other words, the original Internal Affairs Envoy, Sage Bright Yang, had already been removed from his office. Chapter 1616, Lin Ming's Conditions. Chapter 1616, Lin Ming's Conditions. In these days, Lin Ming nearly hadn't rested at all. He spent 90% of his time calculating the rune structure of a 5th-grade divine runic symbol. The work required to improve a 5th-grade divine runic symbol was several times greater than what Lin Ming originally anticipated. Lin Ming had already completed the theoretical basis for revising a 5th-grade divine runic symbol, but when he actually tried to apply this, there were many problems that had to be solved. At this time, a loud knock sounded out from the door. Lin Ming thought it was Xiao Moxian, but after opening the door he discovered that it was Suya standing at the entrance. Today's Suya was still dressed in a sultry outfit that gushed out with sex appeal. The tight-fitting fabric hugged her curves, perfectly outlining her explosive figure. The collar at her chest was opened up, plunging down deep and leaving one lost in daydreams. Suya's manner of dress hadn't changed, but her eyes had gone through a great transformation. When she looked at Lin Ming before, there was always a hint of contempt in her eyes, as if she were looking at a little child. But now, there was respect in her eyes as she looked at Lin Ming, and even some awe. "What is it?" Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. Then he casually asked Suya to enter. His workroom was a thorough mess. Suya didn't mind. She found a place to sit. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Sir Lin, you probably already learned that the Extreme Star Holy Lands wanted to copy your nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. Oh. Lin Ming faintly nodded without much expression. And Suya could feel a strong sense of confidence from this indifference. It was like Lin Ming completely didn't mind the massive undertaking the Extreme Star Holy Lands had carried out to copy his divine runic symbol. In fact, it didn't seem as if he was worried at all. Without a doubt, Lin Ming had absolute confidence in his own Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol, and the Extreme Star Holy Land's actions didn't even qualify to earn Lin Ming's disdain. Rather, he ignored them altogether. They failed, Suya awkwardly said. She knew that even if she didn't say it, Lin Ming would find out sooner or later, so she might as well speak on her own initiative. Oh. Lin Ming replied yet again. It was clear he had already expected this result. Sir Lin, although I know that coming to ask you for your cooperation yet again is shameless on my part, but I have no choice but to ask you. I heard that you are in need of contribution points, right? Lin Ming remained silent, waiting for Suya to speak. I just received an Extreme Star command from headquarters. They wish to purchase 2,000 Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols. For this, they are willing to pay a total of 1.2 billion contribution points. Suya carefully said. As she spoke, she paid careful attention to Lin Ming's expression. When Suya received the Extreme Star command a quarter hour ago, she nearly wanted to curse out loud. Headquarters had used a stupid research project to offend Lin Ming, and now they actually wanted to buy from him at an even higher price. Then what were all their previous efforts for? Without a doubt, the mission to ignore any sense of shame, forget all face she had, and apologize and then negotiate with Lin Ming definitely fell on her. This caused Suya to be fully enraged. But what other choice did she have? As a disciple of the Extreme Star Holy Lands, she had no choice but to follow orders. Moreover, she was related to the matter of Sage Brightyang being dismissed from his position. Suya had to complete this matter no matter what. The Extreme Star command that headquarters had passed down to her was, find any solution possible using any method you have. The spending limit is 1.2 billion points. Any more and headquarters cannot shoulder the cost. As for using any method you have, that left Suya's heart racing. She was a woman all on her own. Besides her seduction skills, just what other methods could she use? Today, she went straight to the point and simply listed headquarters conditions, leaving no room for bargaining. She was extremely scared that Lin Ming wouldn't agree. If Lin Ming didn't agree, would she really have to offer up her body? But to be fair, in terms of looks, ability, and talent, Suya didn't feel as if she would be suffering a loss. But the crux of the issue was that facing this icy Lin Ming, Suya suspected that even if she offered her body on her own initiative, she would still be refused. If that happened, then she really wouldn't have any face left over. Hearing this total of 1.2 billion points, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. This was equal to 600,000 points for each divine runic symbol. 2,000 symbols. This would require a long time to complete. It would drag on almost to the start of the treasure fair. And for only 1.2 billion points, that might not be enough for Lin Ming to buy his materials. Thinking of this, Lin Ming frowned. Suya felt her heart gripped as Lin Ming frowned. The money for materials can also be put forth by us. The materials that Lin Ming used for a Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol weren't rare at all. Adding in this small amount of money wouldn't change anything. 1.2 billion is too little, Lin Ming quietly said. As Suya heard this, she felt the world fade around her. This was the highest price that headquarters was able to put forth. Currently, the Extreme Star Holy Lands was far too tight on resources. With the failure of the last experiment, the Extreme Star Holy Lands had no intention of suffering another misfortune. Lin Ming, what do I need to do for you to agree? As long as you don't increase the price, any other conditions, you can have them no matter what. I'll do anything. As Suya spoke, her milk-white breasts heaved up and down. She was actually feeling anxious. Through all these years, Suya's sex appeal had caused countless men to surround her and prostrate themselves at her feet. But even amongst all these people, she was able to calmly draw back. Yet today, in front of a little brother that was less than 100 years old, she was feeling increasingly intense emotions. Suya felt her cheeks brighten as she spoke these suggestive words. Even so, she could faintly feel that Lin Ming's manner indicated he likely wouldn't have such a request. If so, then it was hard to say whether or not today's negotiations would come to a fruitful end. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He needed at least 2 billion contribution points to have sufficient capital in the treasure fair. But this price wouldn't be given to him by any organization. Thinking like this, Lin Ming said, I can draw up 2,000 Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols at the price of 2 billion points. But I have a condition. That is, a year from now I want the Extreme Star Holy Lands to lend me 800 million points without interest, for 1 year. There were no permanent enemies, only eternal interests. Lin Ming wouldn't hold on to the fact that the Extreme Star Holy Lands had tried to forge his own Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol and ignore profits. After all, if Lin Ming wanted to earn a big amount of contribution points now, he could only go through the Extreme Star Holy Lands. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Suya let out a light breath of relief. She didn't know what she was feeling. His request was only to borrow money without interest. If so, then the Extreme Star Holy Lands would likely agree to his request. Although the Extreme Star Holy Lands was stretched in resources, if they mortgaged some things they could still obtain enough contribution points. I will discuss this with headquarters. Okay, then I will begin to draw up the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols. Every half-month I will hand in a part of the mission and you will pay me my contribution points. Lin Ming stood up and spoke. He was already in the pose of sending out his guest. After all, his time was precious. After being seen out by Lin Ming, Suya felt frustrated. It was like she hadn't been welcome at all. Like this, the conditions had been set. Although the price that the Extreme Star Holy Lands put forth wasn't high, it was enough to satisfy Lin Ming's requirements to participate in the treasure fair. Like this, Lin Ming started working night and day. In the course of such work, Lin Ming steadily improved, whether it was in his skill level of the divine runic arts or his understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao. Half a month later, Lin Ming brought a stack of finished Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols and arrived at the mission division. Suya had already been waiting for Lin Ming. As she saw Lin Ming walking over, she quickly moved forwards to welcome him. Are the contribution points prepared? Lin Ming had a somewhat exhausted look on his face. During this last half-month he had clearly consumed a massive amount of energy. Even though Xiao Moxian regularly made him soul-nourishing soups, they were still unable to fully supplement the soul force that he was spending like running water. To complete the divine runic symbols, Lin Ming squeezed dry the well of his soul force. If it weren't for a recent breakthrough in the Divine Mist Heart Mantra, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such high-intensity work. Seeing such a Lin Ming, Suya felt a bit apologetic. She quickly replied, I've prepared it. This also includes Sir Lin's payment for the first 20 Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols. Millimeter. Lin Ming nodded and then took out the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols from his spatial ring and placed them on the countertop. There were 3 stacks, each stack extremely thick. Seeing so many Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols, Suya was shocked. How many are there? Each stack is 60 for a total of 180. Lin Ming lightly said. Suya gulped. You drew these up in half a month? Yes. Is there a problem? No problem. It had to be known that when an ordinary divine runic master drew up a divine runic symbol, there were 3 processes. There was handling the materials, drawing up the main body of the divine runic symbol, and then fusing together the final heavenly Tao laws. During the first step, one could use support from array formations so it wouldn't take much time. But as for the second and third step, for a peak 4th grade divine runic symbol each took at least 2 hours. To draw up a full divine runic symbol took a minimum of 4 hours. Moreover, every time one was created it would consume a massive amount of soul force. One had to rest during this period of time. In a normal day, drawing up 2 or 3 would be the average speed for a general divine runic master to draw up a 4th grade divine runic symbol. This was why old Shui ridiculed Lin Ming and said he could earn 2 million contribution points by drawing up 2 or 3 a day. If one could draw up 4 divine runic symbols in a day, that was already an extremely heavy workload. But Lin Ming had actually drawn up 12 a day. That was 3 times the limit of an ordinary divine runic master. Every day had 24 hours. He had to draw up one every 2 hours, and that was in a situation where he had no rest. How could Suya not be shocked by this? Contribution points, Lin Ming flatly repeated. Oh, yes, of course. Suya had her maid give Lin Ming his contribution points. Without speaking further, Lin Ming walked away. 15 days of high-intensity work had left him deeply exhausted, however he had no other choice but to hurry ahead. Lin Ming had 6 months to complete these 2,000 divine runic symbols. Chapter 1617, Extreme Dual Polarity Symbol. Chapter 1617, Extreme Dual Polarity Symbol. Time flew by, an unending river. Lin Ming worked like a construct that didn't know of exhaustion. The amount of work he completed every day was staggering. When Lin Ming's soul force ran dry, he would meditate and revolve the Divine Mist Heart Mantra. As a peak transcendent divine might, the Divine Mist Heart Mantra was the most suitable method for restoring his dried-up soul force. In the past, when Lin Ming cultivated the Divine Mist Heart Mantra underneath Empyrean Divine Mist, he had his own spiritual sea completely ruptured and then restored. The pain from that time was countless times more exaggerated and agonizing than his current soul force exhaustion. Day after day, Lin Ming discovered that the intensity of his soul force was rapidly growing. At the start, he was able to draw up 12 divine runic symbols a day before he collapsed. But after 2 months, Lin Ming was able to draw up 13 divine runic symbols a day. After another 2 months, Lin Ming was able to draw up 14 divine runic symbols. This also meant that every time Lin Ming turned in part of the mission, each time there would be more than the last. Seeing Lin Ming work like a monster, bringing in almost 200 nirvanic tribulation flame symbols every half-month, and even seeing this number increase over time, Suya was shocked at first, apprehensive next, and then as she became accustomed to this she simply became numb. This was the beginning of the 6th month. Lin Ming handed over 220 nirvanic tribulation flame symbols. In these past 15 days he had drawn up 220 peak 4th grade divine runic symbols. Even Suya didn't know what expression to have for this. With this, Lin Ming's mission was complete. Moreover, he had even produced an extra 100. And before these divine runic symbols were shipped to the warfront, they had already undergone a routine inspection. The 2,100 plus nirvanic tribulation flame symbols were completely without a single defect. All of them maintained an absolute standard in quality. Compared to the 20 nirvanic tribulation flame symbols that Lin Ming had sent at the start, none of them were worse. At the end, the number of times that the flame symbols could be used had climbed to over 300. This was a result of Lin Ming's technique becoming increasingly skilled and intricate, leading to each nirvanic tribulation flame symbol he created becoming increasingly perfect. To produce a single divine runic symbol at a high quality wasn't strange at all. But, to produce over 2,000 divine runic symbols perfectly, that was horrifying. Not just that, but Lin Ming had maintained a constant speed of 3 times that of the average person, and what left Suya breathless the most was that Lin Ming had continued this ultra-high intensity work pace for almost 6 months without end. The exhaustion, loneliness, aridness of the situation, it was simply hard to imagine. Every time Suya saw Lin Ming, she could also feel the serious overdrawn nature of his soul force. Perhaps anyone else would have collapsed by now. But Lin Ming was able to persist through all of it. Regarding this, it wasn't just Suya, but even the people of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace had long been at a loss for words. They originally thought that Lin Ming would need at least 2 years to complete 2,000 divine runic symbols, but he had managed to accomplish this in half a year with a production speed that could frighten one to death. They also finally realized that their early plan to copy his work had been doomed to failure from the start. Lin Ming was able to produce these nirvanic tribulation flame symbols not because of luck or coincidence, but because he was an abnormal monster. Sir Lin, this is your reward. Suya handed over a jade slip with around 13 million contribution points. With this, their transaction had ended. Although Extreme Star Heavenly Palace had paid a gigantic sum of money for these Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols, correspondingly the frontlines of the war had obtained remarkable victories. These Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols had a specific activation method, and only the disciples of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace knew how to use them. If 20 to 30 Holy Lords activated their Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols together, even a world king would have to retreat. "Thank you." Lin Ming took the jade slip and swept his sense through it. After seeing that there were no errors, he planned to return to his own room. But at this time, Suya called out to him, "Sir Lin, please wait." "Millimeter? Is there something else?" Lin Ming turned to look at Suya. Suya covered her mouth and laughed. "Sir Lin, do you find me annoying? It seems that every time you come you are in a hurry, as if you're afraid to see me." "Sir Lin, it is like this. The mission to complete 2,000 Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols has already been finished, but I wonder if Sir Lin has any interest in continuing to cooperate with us. The Extreme Star Holy Lands is willing to put forth a price of 600,000 points for every divine runic symbol and continue purchasing Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols from Sir Lin. Even 2,000 Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols wasn't enough for the Extreme Star Holy Lands to use. Before this, they had only requested for Lin Ming to draw up 2,000 because they had thought that Lin Ming would take a long time to complete this mission. But at that time, perhaps the war between the Extreme Star Holy Lands and Heaven Strife Holy Lands would have come to an end. Now that they saw Lin Ming's rapid production speed, they would be willing to eat the costs of another 1,000. "I'm sorry, there are other matters I must attend to." Lin Ming refused this request, but he didn't absolutely reject all cooperation. He thought for a moment and said, "After around 5 more months I should have finished things. At that time I will consider working with your Extreme Star Holy Lands again." "Great." Suya was already satisfied with such an answer. In her opinion, Lin Ming wasn't someone that lied or exaggerated. If he said something, then that was proof he had confidence or interest. Like this, Lin Ming took the 10 million plus points and went to the special materials section of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. He bought up 12 million points of materials in a single go, including all sorts of rare and precious ones. For instance, Osmosis Rainbow Flower Fruit. This sort of fruit was the size of a pigeon egg and cost 3 million contribution points, but Lin Ming purchased 3 of them together. After taking up all of these materials, Lin Ming returned to his own divine runic room. By this point Lin Ming had long switched into the highest quality 7th grade divine runic room. This divine runic room was no smaller than a city square and was filled with all sorts of array formations and nearly processed all the materials for him. He had temporarily refused Suya's request because he had arrived at a critical moment in transforming the 5th grade divine runic symbol. Before the treasure fair started, Lin Ming planned to select 2 types of 5th grade divine runic symbols and complete revisions of them. Of these 2 types of divine runic symbols, the first one he chose was called the Heavenly Fire symbol. The Heavenly Fire symbol could be called an improved version of the Havoc Flame symbol. Because Lin Ming already had experience transforming the Havoc Flame symbol, it wasn't too much work to transform the Heavenly Fire symbol. As for the second divine runic symbol, that was a true test of Lin Ming's ability. This was a peak 5th grade divine runic symbol. With Lin Ming's current level of skill, wanting to transform a peak 5th grade divine runic symbol wasn't realistic at all. But this 5th grade divine runic symbol seemed as if it were especially created for Lin Ming alone. Its name was the Extreme Dual Polarity symbol. The word extreme meant to bring things to the absolute extreme. The word's dual polarity meant that this divine runic symbol was able to display the powers of 2 different elements to their extreme limits. And these 2 elements were the thunder and flame elements that Lin Ming specialized in. The extreme dual polarity symbol was a dreadfully dangerous offensive divine runic symbol. Out of all the known 5th grade divine runic symbols, the extreme dual polarity symbol's power and performance could be ranked in the top 3. It even surpassed many 6th grade divine runic symbols. Thus, if one could successfully draw up a single extreme dual polarity symbol, its value would be enormous. However, the extreme dual polarity symbol actually had many limitations. The difficulty of drawing one up was extremely high. The powers of thunder and fire were violent and tyrannical to the extreme. Wanting to fuse these two types of powers together into a symbol paper wasn't easy at all. If there was a single error, it was possible that the entire mess could explode. Even a peak 5th grade divine runic master had to be utterly cautious in drawing up an extreme dual polarity symbol. Failure meant losing all of the invested materials and having blown up array formations. It was even possible to be injured in the process. The original structure of this divine runic symbol wasn't perfect to begin with. To make revisions and improve the extreme dual polarity symbol, the difficulty of this could be imagined. At this time, all sorts of array formations began to activate in the divine runic room. Lin Ming stood within these array formations, all of his concentration focused on a beautiful red and purple symbol that floated 3 feet in front of him. The tiny runes each contained a horrifying strength. If there was even a single mistake in the structure of the tiny runes, the consequences would be incredibly severe. It had to be known that if one broke any array formations in this room, all damages had to be paid by the divine runic master who rented it. Because of this, many peak divine runic masters didn't dare to draw up an extreme dual polarity symbol in the center of expensive array formations. This caused the difficulty to be even higher. It was rare to see a perfectly drawn extreme dual polarity symbol. Lin Ming closed his eyes in meditation. At this time, behind Lin Ming, the phantom of a divine tree began to slowly appear. This was the heretical god tree within Lin Ming's inner world. Chapter 1618, Heretical God Tree Evolution. Chapter 1618, Heretical God Tree Evolution. The heretical god tree was a holy ruler of fire and thunder. With the suppression of the heretical god tree, the fluctuating thunder and fire runes calmed down, becoming peaceful and without a single sign that they would go out of control. This ability to control thunder and flame to such a degree was something unique to Lin Ming. He had cultivated the fire and thunder laws to touch upon the threshold of the 7th level concept. And, martial artists that trained in fire and thunder were extremely rare to begin with. For someone to reach Lin Ming's current achievements was extremely difficult because he was the only one who possessed the heretical god force. Facing the 100+ tiny runes formed from thunder and fire, Lin Ming's complexion was earnest. His speed was slow and he would often spend a long time drawing up a single tiny rune, constantly making calculations to find the best drawing method. Like this, several hours passed as Lin Ming immersed himself in making calculations and a drawing plan. Lin Ming's forehead was wet with beads of sweat. Even with the support of the heretical god tree, it was impossible for him to control these 100+ tiny runes for 8 to 10 hours. He grit his teeth, trudging on. Another 2 hours passed. After Lin Ming forcefully completed a part of the drawing plan, he had reached his limit. He couldn't continue on. If an ordinary divine runic master were to encounter this situation, then they would find it hard to process the remainders of the divine runic symbol that floated in the air. If they were to handle them incorrectly, then they might even blow up. But to Lin Ming this wasn't a problem at all. With a simple thought, the 100+ tiny runes vanished like fireflies scattering in the night. They flew towards the heretical god tree and all of that power of thunder and fire was absorbed by it. Within several breaths of time, all of the energy had dissipated. The moment the drawing process ended, Lin Ming slumped onto a stone bench, completely exhausted. This high-intensity deduction process was a tremendous test on his endurance and skill as a divine runic master, and the taste of overdrawing his soul force constantly didn't feel that great either. After swallowing down some pills, Lin Ming began to meditate. For these days, Lin Ming's life repeated like this. Every day he would draw and calculate until he exhausted his soul force, and after his soul force was restored he would resume the process. He had bought a large amount of materials before this and constantly burnt through them. The dregs of these materials were sprinkled around the room. Even the jade slips he used for calculations were randomly piled around. In this state, Lin Ming had nearly been driven to dark obsession. He completely immersed himself in the Azura heavenly Tao and the world of divine runic arts, not knowing day or night. Unknowingly and unwittingly, 3 months passed. The deadline for the treasure fair approached closer and closer. As for Lin Ming, He was just a tiny bit away from completing the revisions to the extreme dual polarity symbol. Even though he squeezed out all of his potential, he still wasn't able to complete his work. It was already late at night. In the dark divine runic room, the light of the array formations radiated outward, dazzling. Lin Ming stood before the divine runic table, all of his focus concentrated on drawing up an extreme dual polarity symbol. Lin Ming's eyes were bloodshot and even his fingers trembled. However, as he drew up the tiny runes in the air, his actions remained as stable and accurate as before. He had already drawn up 763 tiny runes. The structure of these runes could be called perfect. However, as he drew up the 764th tiny rune, Lin Ming could feel the energy control of thunder and fire go out of equilibrium. He knew that changing a 5th-grade divine runic symbol was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and any changes in the equilibrium of the tiny runes would accumulate until the entire rune structure collapsed. As a result, Lin Ming tirelessly chased after this point. He had continued this for 3 days. In these 3 days, Lin Ming constantly squeezed out his potential. The burden on his body and soul was immense. To be more accurate, ever since Lin Ming returned to Divine Rune City, he had spent almost all of his time in such a state. A Divine Runic Master was a noble and distinguished occupation. Although there were some Divine Runic Masters that would appear tired because they were drawing up a Divine Runic symbol, there were very few Divine Runic Masters who would push themselves to their limits like Lin Ming did. Divine Runic Masters were used to a highbrow lifestyle and their work was often relaxed. In their eyes, what Lin Ming was doing would seem far too crazy. Just a little bit left. Lin Ming had already tried drawing up these 764 tiny runes several dozen times, but he still hadn't been able to successfully draw the complete plan. And each attempt used up a great deal of Lin Ming's soul force. In doing so, his soul force had been nearly emptied. This is my limit. Lin Ming took a deep breath. In his vision, even these 700+ tiny runes seemed a bit blurry. As he spoke, the energy structure had already become unstable. If this continued, then the energy structure would collapse and possibly explode. Did I make a mistake in the structure that I deduced? This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind and a deep sense of frustration filled his heart. With his current level of skill and cultivation, it was abnormally difficult to transform the extreme dual polarity symbol to begin with. Even if Lin Ming had an enormous advantage over others, he still wasn't an exception. With his soul force and mentality having reached the limit, Lin Ming wasn't able to continue any longer. He dispersed the tiny runes that he had worked so hard to draw up and then let them fly into the heretical god tree. In these months, Lin Ming had attempted to draw up the extreme dual polarity symbol countless times. And all of the failed attempts had been absorbed by the heretical god tree. Although these divine runic symbols had been failures, they were still drawn up using rare and precious materials. These materials were related to thunder and fire and often formed from the essence of flame and thunder in the world. If Lin Ming were to convert all the materials he used into points, it would be in the tens of millions. For a 5th-grade divine runic symbol, this cost was ridiculously exaggerated. If he continued to consume materials like this, it wouldn't be long before the cost of materials surpassed 100 million. It was now, when all the energy essence had been absorbed by the heretical god tree and Lin Ming was planning to meditate to restore his soul force, that something startling occurred. Within Lin Ming's inner world, the heretical god tree had absorbed the thunder and fire essences of countless failed extreme dual polarity symbols, and now, it was finally beginning to grow once more. Lin Ming's mind shook. Because of the sudden change in the heretical god tree, a great deal of his fatigue had vanished. He watched as the heretical god tree absorbed the incomparably pure power of thunder and fire, and then began to extend its branches and leaves. In comparison to the previous evolutions of the heretical god tree, it didn't grow much. However, atop the crown of the tree, many strange lines began to appear. Lin Ming could see that these lines were Tao patterns formed from the great Tao laws. The heretical god tree was originally able to absorb the thunder and fire laws. Now, the fire and thunder laws that the heretical god tree absorbed were carved within it. And These laws faintly manifested the Azura heavenly Tao. This is. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. The heretical god force was an incredibly marvelous cultivation method. At the beginning stages of this cultivation method, one would form a heretical god seed. This heretical god seed didn't have a set path for growth. Depending on the different types of energies and laws that were used to water it, it would grow into a completely different type of heretical god tree. Lin Ming's heretical god tree contained many fire elementals and thunder sources, as well as the destructive flames and heavenly judgment lightning of nine-layered tribulation and even Xiao Moxian's nirvanic flames. With all of this gathered together, Lin Ming had now unknowingly poured in the Azura heavenly Tao through the tiny runes of the extreme dual polarity symbol, causing the Azura heavenly Tao to manifest in the heretical god tree and evolve once more. It had already been a long time since the heretical god tree last evolved. During this period of time, as Lin Ming's strength increased, the heretical god tree had absorbed far too much strength. With the extreme dual polarity symbol added on top of that, it finally succeeded in evolving. The heretical god force was a cultivation method that had followed Lin Ming since the start of his road of martial arts. Although it couldn't be called the strongest of all of Lin Ming's abilities, it was the one he had reached the highest boundary in and was also the one from which he could bring out the greatest effects. Up until this now, the heretical god force had already saved Lin Ming's life at numerous critical junctures. Even many of Lin Ming's current attacks were based upon the heretical god force. Now, this current evolution of the heretical god force caused Lin Ming to perk up and be inspired. After he ate a soul recovery pill, he sat in meditation for a short 4 hours. Then, he took out a variety of materials from his spatial ring and began to challenge the drawing plan of the extreme dual polarity symbol once more. When a person was madly obsessed with a matter, they would display a horrifying tenacity. At this time, when Lin Ming had drawn up the 764th tiny rune, he happily discovered to his surprise that because of the changes in the heretical god tree, the energy structure that was originally difficult to control became much more malleable and fluid. Although it hadn't reached perfection, Lin Ming was confident that in the next several days he would be able to overcome the greatest hurdle in transforming the extreme dual polarity symbol. At that time, he would be able to perfectly revise the extreme dual polarity symbol. As the treasure fair approached, Divine Rune City became increasingly lively with every passing day. A massive amount of martial artists flocked towards Divine Rune City from all directions. Divine Rune City's treasure fair was famed throughout the entire inner Azura Road. It could be called one of the top 3 ranked great trade meetings of the whole inner Azura Road. Whenever this time approached, all the treasures from the inner Azura Road would be gathered and all the elites would converge. As for Divine Rune City, they would also lower the city entrance standards. They would no longer look at talent or whether or not one was a divine runic master. Rather, as long as one had sufficient wealth or treasures, they could enter Divine Rune City. As for the previous rule that disallowed saints from entering, this would also be cancelled during the period of the treasure fair. Divine Rune City would not harm their own benefits just because of the Extreme Star Holy Lands war. And even if there were saint spies that entered, it would be impossible for them to cause a ruckus in this treasure fair where masters were around every corner. It had to be known that in this treasure fair, even Empireans would appear to buy the things they wanted. At this time, there was still a month until the treasure fair. Every inn within Divine Rune City was already filled to the brim. Some of the more luxurious inns would have a cost of over 10,000 origin energy runes a night, and one might not be able to rent these rooms even if they had money. Many were forced to bring out their own dwellings and live on the outskirts of Divine Rune City. During the treasure fair, being able to live in Divine Rune City was a sign of status. Without status, one wouldn't even have the chance to rent a room. Chapter 1619, Treasure Fair. Chapter 1619, Treasure Fair. Divine Rune City's treasure fair was held by a business directly subordinate to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the Runic Pill Trade Association. Although the Runic Pill Trade Association's reputation wasn't too obvious, the truth was that the material warehouses of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the cashing in of contribution points, and many other shops and industries affiliated with the Divine Runic Masters Guild were all managed by the Runic Pill Trading Organization. The term runic pill came from the divine runic arts and the pill refining alchemy arts. In Divine Rune City, the divine runic arts and alchemy came hand in hand. The Divine Runic Masters Guild established the Runic Pill Trading Organization in order to govern their vast fortune and innumerable assets. After all, when it came to business affairs, they needed people who were proficient in that aspect. Divine Runic Masters generally didn't have the time nor ability to manage such massive amounts of wealth. As the treasure fair was readying to go into full swing, in a 7th grade Divine Runic room at the Divine Runic Masters Guild, an exhausted Lin Ming was slumped down in front of a table. His face was pallid and streaming sweat and he seemed completely drained. But at this time, a burning excitement was shining in his eyes. A moment ago he had just completed the improved extreme dual polarity symbol. This also signaled the first time he completed an extreme dual polarity symbol. This improved version had a new name, a highly fitting one that was also very tyrannical, the heretical god symbol. The reason it was called this name was because Lin Ming had successfully improved the extreme dual polarity symbol and he had relied entirely upon the heretical god tree's ability to control fire and thunder energies to do so. The successes of the heretical god symbol left Lin Ming feeling a deep sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. This was something he had used over half a year of painstaking efforts to complete. Only then did he succeed in creating this masterpiece of his. This improved divine runic symbol was the manifestation of Lin Ming's highest level of divine runic art. Even for a long time in the future, even if Lin Ming truly stepped into the realm of a 6th grade divine runic master, he would find it hard to surpass today's accomplishments. Thinking about the entire creation process of the heretical god symbol, Lin Ming felt a stirring feeling in his heart. The reason he was able to succeed was entirely because of some coincidental lucky chances in addition to the evolution of the heretical god tree. If he had to turn back time and repeat this process over again, he might not necessarily succeed. Picking up the completed heretical god symbol, Lin Ming took a pen and wrote the Lin character on the bottom right corner. This was Lin Ming's brand. Besides the heretical god symbol, Lin Ming also drew up the improved version of the heavenly fire symbol. The various properties of the heavenly fire symbol couldn't be considered as outstanding amongst 5th grade divine runic symbols. Moreover, as with the improved version of the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol, Lin Ming found it much easier to revise because he knew the supporting theoretical basis behind it. At the bottom right corner of the heavenly fire symbol, Lin Ming also wrote his surname. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The one who arrived was Xiao Moxian. Today, Lin Ming decided to take a brief vacation. He made a plan with Xiao Moxian beforehand to go to the treasure fair and take a stroll through it. Of course, this was also to pave the way for the treasure fair half a month from now. In these past days, using the words lively or bustling wasn't enough to describe the atmosphere of Divine Rune City. On the streets there were divine lords and holy lords everywhere. Many of these people hid their cultivation, so it was unwise to offend anyone. There were even great world kings and half-step empyreans mingling amongst the crowds. During the treasure fair, although the greatest auctions would come at the finale of the event, there were still many people trying to drum up interest in their own treasures, thus they participated in the treasure fair from the beginning. They would display their treasures to attract buyers at the treasure fair. Then when the time for the auction came, they could sell for a good price. There were even many things that were sold during the treasure fair. Lin Ming had a specific goal, that was to find dragon saliva grass and a jade dragon horn. As for a heaven-devouring snake gallbladder and a primal jade quintessence, those could be found within the Divine Runic Masters Guild's warehouses. Originally, with Lin Ming's qualifications, he didn't have the authority to purchase such precious materials. But his performance this past year was far too eye-catching. Within the entire Divine Runic Masters Guild there was no one that didn't know of Lin Ming. This caused his status to be incomparable to what it was before. In addition, Lin Ming contributed all of the ultimate final divine runic art techniques he obtained from Torch River and the other 2 Divine Runic Masters' memories and completely handed them over to the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Through these techniques he was able to obtain the right to purchase the heaven-devouring snake gallbladder and primal jade quintessence. Walking through Divine Rune City, Lin Ming could feel the light being blocked out. Looking up, he saw a massive round structure floating high in the skies. This structure was 100 miles wide. It was incomparably massive as it floated in the skies of Divine Rune City. This building was built entirely with special obsidian. Beneath the bright sunlight it sparkled with an intense black light. This was a massive floating castle. From far away, Lin Ming could see many martial artists passing in and out of this giant castle. They were like little bees flying in and out of a nest. This giant floating castle was the listed address where the Divine Runic Masters Guild held the treasure fair. Divine Rune City was a city where the roads were already paved with gold. Every inch of land was developed and it was impossible to accommodate too many extra people. Thus, holding the treasure fair in the skies was the most appropriate solution. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian flew up towards the floating castle. After flying through the front gates, even though Lin Ming had been prepared, he was still shocked by the scene occurring before him. 100-mile-wide space was easily spoken, but the truth was that it was similar to a mortal city in size. A mortal city a few dozen miles wide was already considered large, but for a 100-mile-wide city, one couldn't even see the mountains from one side to the other. This sort of 100-mile-wide floating castle had an incomparably broad space within it, as if it were a separate world. At this time, there was a massive channel in front of Lin Ming. This channel was enough to accommodate hundreds of flying individuals. And both sides of this giant channel were packed with shop. Every shop was the size of a palace. Their front gates were wide open as they faced the channel. Looking from afar, this place really did resemble the honeycomb structure of a beehive. Many martial artists flew through this channel, stopping by any shops that they were interested in. During this treasure fair, the cost to rent a space in this floating castle was astronomically high. Anyone that could afford it was a major seller. As for those that couldn't afford a shop, they also had a space. That was the giant market squares within. The market squares within the floating castle were 10 miles long and wide. They could easily hold 100,000 stalls. This is quite the grand event. Lin Ming praised. Xiao Moxian faintly smiled. Indeed. The Azura Road may be smaller than the Divine Realm, but in terms of liveliness and number of masters, I fear that it is far superior. Within Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, Xiao Moxian had seen many great scenes before. But to hold such an event where so many divine lords, holy lords, and world kings converged, all of them bringing out treasures to sell, this was a scene that Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace wasn't able to compare to. Young master, come and take a look at our clothes. Not only are they artistically crafted but they are also practical. Let that pretty lady beside you try one on and I'm sure her beauty will capture you. Lin Ming suddenly heard a sweet womanly voice sound out in his ears as he was speaking to Xiao Moxian. Lin Ming turned his head. At some point, he and Xiao Moxian had unknowingly approached a clothing shop. This shop had all sorts of robes and vestments on display. The worst of these were all medium-grade spirit artifacts. If Lin Ming were back to the time when he bought the Boundless World pill, these enhanced vestments would all be luxury items. But now, Lin Ming's strength surpassed that of an ordinary world king and his wealth was countless times greater than that of a world king of the Divine Realm. Currently, buying a medium-grade spirit artifact vestment wouldn't be anything at all. Do you have anything of a higher quality? Lin Ming wasn't interested in these magic clothes, but he remembered that he had never gifted Xiao Moxian anything. Although Lin Ming didn't really care much for the quality of the clothes that this shop sold, the clothes themselves were actually quite artistic and beautiful. If Xiao Moxian were to wear them, they would definitely look beautiful on her. Of course. Seeing Lin Ming open his pockets in such an extravagant manner, the saleswoman was even more attentive to him. She quickly brought out several of her shop's best articles of clothing and Xiao Moxian chose one of them with a bright smile. To the current Lin Ming, 80,000 contribution points was nothing but a light drizzle. Xiao Moxian happily went to try on the clothes. To her, although these clothes were quite good-looking, the most important thing was that Lin Ming was buying them for her. Miss, I would like to ask you something. There are several rare and precious materials I want to buy at this treasure fair. Where would I be able to find them? Lin Ming borrowed this opportunity while he was buying clothes to ask where the rare and precious materials were located in the treasure fair. He didn't want to randomly wander about without aim. Rare and precious materials? How rare and precious? The saleswoman enchantingly smiled. Lin Ming's generosity had her treating him with a great deal of respect and joy. In contribution points, 10 million and above. Lin Ming didn't want to sound too shocking, thus he only said 10 million. But in truth, the materials he wanted to buy were in the hundreds of millions. Even so, the young saleswoman covered her mouth in surprise. 10 million contribution points. Even some poorer world kings only had around 20 million or so points of wealth. And this young man in front of her wanted to buy materials that were 10 million points or above. Really, people couldn't be judged by their appearances. Those types of precious valuables are all exhibited in the central VIP hall of the castle. Some things are even in the hundreds of millions of points. But to enter the VIP hall, you'll need VIP status or at least 50 million points. The young saleswoman looked at Lin Ming with awe and gave him a map of the floating castle. Thank you. Lin Ming glanced through this map. There was an extremely detailed explanation of every area and it was highly helpful to Lin Ming. After leaving the shop, he and Xiao Moxian flew to the central VIP hall. The entire VIP hall was made with timeless godstones. Lin Ming showed a jade slip with at least 50 million contribution points and smoothly entered. As soon as he entered the VIP hall, everything became completely different. The VIP hall lacked the ruckus from outside and there weren't as many people. Within the entire hall, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted about. This was the fragrance of the heavenly materials everywhere. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had high accomplishments in alchemy and immediately ascertained that the pills which could release such a smell would sell for at least 50 million. This filled Lin Ming with anticipation as he entered the VIP hall. Here, perhaps he really could find the dragon saliva grass and jade dragon horn he needed. Chapter 1620, Divine Void Duke. Chapter 1620, Divine Void Duke. Sir, may I ask how I can help you? After Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian entered the VIP hall, a beautiful maid welcomed them. The treatment within the VIP hall was completely different from the outside. I want a list of the treasures in the VIP hall. Lin Ming glanced at the maid. The maids in the VIP hall all wore uniforms and they had the emblem of the Runic Pill Trading Company embroidered on their chests. Soon after, the maid handed a jade slip to Lin Ming. Just as Lin Ming was about to search through it, his heart chilled. In that moment he had felt someone's sense pass swiftly and gently over him. This sense was decidedly covert. If it wasn't for Lin Ming's powerful soul force, then he wouldn't have noticed it. Lin Ming frowned. Just who was investigating him? That brief sense just now was icy cold, as if it harbored dark intentions. Lin Ming held the jade slip and quietly swept his sense outwards, probing the crowd in the hall. But he wasn't able to determine where this sense had come from. This caused Lin Ming to be increasingly wary. This meant the person's strength was even above his. If this person is so strong, could they be a great world king? Lin Ming was left puzzled. He had lived in seclusion within the Blue Moon sect for over 20 years, only studying the divine runic arts and alchemy. After he left, he went to Divine Rune City where he painstakingly researched for over a year. During this time period, Lin Ming didn't think that he had provoked any enemies. As for his previous enemies, Tian Mingzi and Naki had already been killed by him. As for Heaven's Net, they shouldn't have any reason to keep focusing on him after 20 years of not doing anything. Moreover, if they wanted to do anything to him, they would have to heavily weigh the consequences. Lin Ming felt that there shouldn't be anyone focusing on him, so how come there was someone locking onto him as he was buying materials? Brother Lin, what is it? Xiao Moxian asked. She discovered that there was something unusual with Lin Ming. Nothing, there's just someone snooping on me and their boundary is very high. Lin Ming said, keeping an eye out for anyone strange, but there's no need to worry about this person. As long as we're in Divine Rune City, there's nothing he can do against us. We just need to pay a little attention to this and we'll be fine. This person will jump out on their own volition sooner or later. As Lin Ming spoke, his eyes brightened. Because of that unfriendly sense, he hadn't paid much attention to the jade slip. But now that he looked at it again, there were several things listed that caught his interest. Among these items was a top spirit treasure called a dragon contract, and the material used to refine this spirit treasure was the jade dragon horn that Lin Ming needed. 100 million-year jade dragon, and the blood marrow within the dragon horn is completely preserved. That's extremely rare. Unfortunately, it was already refined into a spirit treasure, so it is far more expensive than the original materials. Even so, I must buy it. This type of rare and precious material can only be found through a stroke of fate. Lin Ming only wanted to take the jade dragon horn for alchemy. As for the spirit treasure, he would need to discard it no matter how good it was. It was truly a pity. It looks like the 2 billion contribution points I've gathered won't be enough. There are many things on this list that I need. At that time, if I spend all my points on materials and miss out on all the other good things, that would be too unfortunate. Lin Ming made a quick calculation. The 2 billion points he gathered suddenly wasn't enough. He lacked too many contribution points. Xiana, let's see what quality that jade dragon horn is like. Okay, Xiao Moxian said. Like this, the two of them walked towards the exhibition of the dragon contract. And as Lin Ming walked away, not too far from them there was a VIP restroom, covered with intricate array formations that isolated all sense. The stylized floor was covered with fur rugs made from ancient vicious beasts. There was a tea table placed atop the rugs, and this tea table was surrounded by several men and women, all of them slowly sipping tea. A beautiful maid knelt on the rug, pouring tea for those present. Her tea skills were intricate and beautiful. I just bought some dark rain flower tea at this treasure fair. 100,000 points for one tail. Dark rain flowers can only be picked once every 10,000 years, and only after being cooked together with 72 different kinds of heavenly materials can this type of top-grade dark rain flower tea be made. This tea is wonderful. The points spent weren't wasted at all. The one who spoke was a blue-clothed man. He was dressed ordinarily and looked like a mortal scholar. His cultivation was obscured and it was difficult to see his depths. And sitting beside him were several young men and women. These people all wore top-grade vestments and golden crowns. Their foundations were solid and their looks were outstanding. It was clear they were elites among elites, and even so these people clearly looked towards the blue-clothed man with respect. Around the tea table, besides the several young men and women, there was also an old man wrapped in a black cloak. His entire body exuded a grim atmosphere and he seemed profoundly mysterious. "Old Shadow, what is it? You seem to have something on your mind." The blue-clothed man looked at the black-cloaked old man, smiling as he spoke. "This is wonderful tea, it will cool soon." "It's nothing. I just saw someone I'm not too happy about," the black-cloaked man grimly said. Although his face was cloaked in darkness, one could still see a pair of sharp eyes like those of an eagle. As the black-cloaked old man spoke, the blue-clothed man's eyebrows arched up. What person could make Old Shadow be so unhappy? Hehe, the black-cloaked old man's lips twitched and he dismally chuckled. A young boy who came from who knows where, he was able to create a 4th-grade divine runic symbol that could be used multiple times. It's called the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame Symbol. Duke Full Moon, you must have heard of this person already. It's Lin Ming. Right, it's him, the black-cloaked old man said, not too willing to mention this name. This person called Duke Full Moon began to laugh. "Old Shadow, it seems you've taken your defeat of copying the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol to heart. You can be called the #1 master amongst dark divine runic masters, but the reason you failed can't be blamed on yourself. I estimate that it must be an issue with the inheritance of this young man called Lin Ming," Duke Full Moon candidly said. The black-cloaked old man sitting in front of him was Grandmaster Overflow, who had failed to copy the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol over half a year ago. Grandmaster Overflow's name was Shadow Overflow. It was just that very few people knew his name. The treasure fair held by the Divine Runic Masters Guild was one of the grandest events of the inner Azura Road. As a dark Divine Runic Master, Overflow naturally wouldn't miss out on such festivities. He was also counting on this treasure fair to find some rare and precious materials as well as other treasures. But the reputation of a dark Divine Runic Master was too sour to the ears. Many orthodox Divine Runic Masters who considered themselves righteous were nearly unable to coexist with dark Divine Runic Masters. As someone who lived in the dark world, if Shadow Overflow wanted to attend the treasure fair, he could only hide his status. Inheritance. Shadow Overflow's eyes shined with a cold light. He had also thought of this point before. Shadow Overflow's feelings towards Lin Ming could be described as utter hate. Although Lin Ming had never deliberately provoked Shadow Overflow, it was because of Lin Ming's Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols that Shadow Overflow lost 200 million points in Array Disk. Not just that, but his reputation had suffered a massive blow. Now, it had become known in the entire Dark Divine Runic Master community that Grandmaster Overflow had lost to a brat in the Divine Runic Arts. This left him even more depressed. And as representatives of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, those orthodox Divine Runic Masters all viewed Shadow Overflow as a joke. How could Shadow Overflow be happy with all of this? All of the unfortunate events that happened to him had been thanks to Lin Ming. Thus, even if Lin Ming hadn't left the Divine Runic Masters Guild for over a year, he had still somehow managed to inexplicably make an enemy. In these past several months, Shadow Overflow specifically gathered information related to Lin Ming. He was able to see Lin Ming's appearance through a phantom image and thus was able to recognize him. Lin Ming. Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol. Duke Fullmoon stirred his tea with the cup lid, his lips curving up in a grin. Seeing Duke Fullmoon's expression, Shadow Overflow's thoughts stirred as he guessed something. Duke Fullmoon, have you taken a liking to Lin Ming's inheritance? Haha. Duke Fullmoon laughed out loud. That's right, this young man called Lin Ming seems to have started studying the Divine Runic Arts not too long ago. He should be in possession of a unique inheritance completely different from what is known today. And I value this inheritance very much. If Lin Ming was able to improve the Havoc flame symbol, it must be because of this inheritance. Old Shadow had never come into contact with Lin Ming's school of technique and thus didn't understand his type of inheritance, so it's natural for you to have failed. So, Old Shadow didn't lose to a young man like Lin Ming, but to the mysterious inheritance behind him. As Duke Fullmoon said this, Shadow Overflow's complexion became slightly better. After all, he didn't believe that a junior like Lin Ming could surpass him in attainments of the Divine Runic Arts. If he lost, it had to be because of this strange inheritance. Duke Fullmoon said, I suspect that this inheritance Lin Ming studies has a special method that allows Divine Runic symbols to be used repeatedly. But Lin Ming has only managed to transform a Havoc flame symbol and the value of that isn't too heaven-defying. No matter how strong a peak 4th grade Divine Runic symbol is, it is still a 4th grade Divine Runic symbol. For this inheritance to be left in Lin Ming's hands is too great a waste. But if it were in my hands, then I would be able to display its full abilities. As Duke Fullmoon spoke, his eyes shined with a dazzling light. Shadow Overflow cackled, his heart moved to happiness. Duke Fullmoon is indeed bold. I also wish to obtain this boy's inheritance, but it seems there is a powerful master standing behind him, thus I haven't dared to act rashly. Hearing this, Duke Fullmoon laughed dismissively, thinking little of it. His master is just an Empyrean, right? Even a great influence like the Divine Runic Masters Guild or the Extreme Star Holy Lands wouldn't dare to offend an Empyrean, but for my Divine Void Divine Kingdom, it's just a little bit of trouble. It's not considered much at all. Duke Fullmoon was fully confident in his words and he had the capital to be confident. Although his strength was only that of a world king, he had the backing of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. And Divine Void Divine Kingdom was a true divinity-level influence. In the past, the two greatest peak Empyreans of the Spiriters were Divine Mist and Divine Void. These two peak Empyreans were blood brothers, but afterwards, Divine Mist went missing and Divine Void stepped into the realm of true divinity. From that point on, the myth of Divine Void Divine Kingdom was born. Speaking to hear, Duke Full Moon stood up and said, "We're leaving. Old Shadow, let's go and meet this Lin Ming." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.